Why is it so important to discuss EU enlargement? Now, on the one hand, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has inevitably linked the question of EU membership to the security of the European continent and to the question of European future. Now, on the other hand, the politics and policy of EU enlargement have shown important limits of the EU's transformative power, especially in the context of the Western Balkans. Today, we will be unpacking the key challenges of the EU's enlargement policy. We'll try to discuss enlargement in the present-day context against the political and geopolitical realities that we all live in. We'll try to open up a discussion on the future of the European Union and its neighborhood. So you see, we will be addressing some very large and major questions for the future of Europe. Now, this would be a very daunting task if I didn't have a stellar lineup of panelists with me here. And it's my pleasure to be joined here by Anna Jarosz-Friis, the Director of the Ukraine Service at DG for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations at the European Commission. Mr. Hennadiy Maksak, the Executive Director of the Foreign Policy Council Ukrainian Prism. Milena Mihajlović, the Program Director at Belgrade-based European Policy Center, CEP. And Nathalie Tocci, the Director of the Istituto Affari Internazionali in Rome and a professor at the UI School of Transnational Governance. It is an honor also to welcome here the Minister for European Affairs of the Czech Republic, Mr. Martin Dvořák, to open our conversation on the future of Europe and the meaning of enlargement for European security and European future. So without further ado, I invite Mr. Dvořák to join us on stage.
Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear friends. I cannot start with anything else than I'm really honored and privileged to be here today with you and address you at this prestigious institute. I stand before you to discuss one of the most pressing issues of the European Union, enlargement and reform. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has sent shockwaves through to Europe. War has returned to our continent, something we hope to be impossible in the 21st century. But like in 1990s, we were unfortunately wrong. This time, however, it is not a war within Europe. I see it as a war with Europe or against Europe, as an attack by an authoritarian, perhaps totalitarian power on a peaceful and democratic European state. We stand in solidarity with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. We are also reminded of the Western Balkans, a region which we have frankly neglected because its integration did not seem like an urgent issue. For years, the progress towards accession has been painstakingly slow, if not stagnant. I am not naive to think that this was only caused by our neglect. After all, I spent many years in the Western Balkans working on the reconstruction of Kosovo after the war. Political instability, corruption, and ethnic tensions played a key role. We have weakened our willpower and have weakened our willpower. For too long, the region has remained in a state of limbo, caught between the allure of European integration and seemingly pragmatic cooperation with China or Russia. The Russian invasion of Ukraine served as a wake-up call, reminding us of the strategic imperative of expanding the European project to the Western Balkans. By extending the hand of cooperation and integration to our neighbors in the Balkans, we can promote not only stability and prosperity in the region, but also strengthen of EU's geopolitical position in the face of external threats. Failing for integration of Western Balkans would open more space for Chinese and Russian meddling in our backyard. To succeed, we must acknowledge the shortcomings of the EU's enlargement procedure, which has proven to be cumbersome, bureaucratic, and at all times ineffective. At the same time, it is highly politicized, which has significantly hurt the perspectives of North Macedonia and our image in the region overall. This all has led to frustration and disillusionment among both member states and candidate countries. Therefore, we have to consider reforms to the EU's enlargement procedure to make it more flexible, transparent, and inclusive. One key reform we can make is to abolish veto in some accession steps, mainly in opening the acquis clusters. This would allow us to decrease space for political blackmail without lowering the objective obligations. Moreover, we cannot afford to overlook the need of broader EU reform in relation to adopting new members. As a firm supporter of EU enlargement, I recognize that it is necessary. Here I have to say that I present only my personal views, since the Czech government as a whole is rather skeptical of institutional reform and the opening of the EU treaties. I believe that in this difficult world, caused by new geopolitical realities, we cannot afford to stand behind as the big players decide the fates of the world, including our fate. We must become one of those big players. The current discussion mostly revolves around the veto, especially in foreign policy. But I believe we should go further, establishment of genuine European Defence Union or deeper economic integration. Without a strong economic base, we cannot play a major role in the world. And vice versa. Massive investments in defense can help to propel our economic development, for instance, in European IT sector. In conclusion, the geopolitical shifts triggered by the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine demand a renewed commitment to EU enlargement and reform. As we navigate the complex challenges of the 21st century, let us reaffirm our belief in the transformative power of European integration and work tirelessly towards a more prosperous, secure, and united continent. Of course, we could fail, but if we don't try, our failure is certain. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister Dvořák. And we will now continue with our panel. We will have an interactive panel with 2 rounds of questions to each of our panelists, and then we will open up the floor for questions and answers questions from the audience and answers from our panelists. Now, to start our conversation, I wanted to first turn to Ms. Jarosz-Friis and ask a question about the EU-wide reflections on enlargement. So in recent months, there have been quite a lot of discussions on the costs of enlargement, and especially regarding the net contributions and net recipients from the EU's budget. Yet, what would be the benefits of EU enlargement? How would you communicate the benefits of an enlarged union to European Union citizens?
Thank you, and really a great pleasure to be here. The benefits of enlargement, I would start by saying that it's an investment into our common future, in particular as regards security, but also economic prosperity. Obviously, from the point of view of geopolitical weight of the Union, paraphrasing my president, in a world that size and weight matters, enlargement is in the collective benefit of the Union. It is certainly not cost-free. I would call it an investment. Second, the previous very large enlargement in 2004 in particular was a tremendous success. It was tremendous success economically for the internal market. So our prosperity, even though the Union typically takes on recently poorer countries into its membership, it gives a boost to the internal market. It allows for expanded flow of both internal and external trade, and offers new prospects for business and other types of cooperation, also for the old member states. And there's a wealth of research and figures that shows growth and convergence, but also increase in FDI and internal trade flow within the Union. And third, enlargement is perfectly manageable. It has to be prepared. It has to be prepared on both sides. You will not be surprised to hear from the Commission it's a merit-based process, but collectively, all the candidate countries at the moment represent, not even 15% of the EU GDP, of the EU population, 2% of GDP. I think we are a very rich union, and we can afford the investment into our security and prosperity.
Thank you so much. And continuing with the questions of security, Hennadiy, I would like to turn to you and ask you essentially about the situation in Ukraine. We know that the brave people of Ukraine are fighting against Russia's aggression, and the government is at the same time making important progress in EU-related reforms. Now, how do you see the questions of security playing into discussions on EU enlargement from a Ukrainian perspective?
Thank you so much. I would say that it's a real unique story when you see situation Ukrainian government officials trying to apply for European membership, sitting in the basement under challenge, trying to make this application. And I think it only proves that there is no excuse if there is a big political will. Ukraine is still in the midst of a big war. We're still suffering from being undermanned and with no sufficient support for material and ammunition. But I would say that at the same time, we are aware of the fact that European perspective is something that gives us not only light in the end of the tunnel, but gives us real instruments to be secure. And here we are not only those who need this kind of security guarantees or security support, we also are able to contribute to that. And I think that the new developments within the European Union, when there was a new adoption of European defense industrial strategy, and Ukraine is they're described as equal partner, which could develop and deliver some initiatives. I think it's a great start for just, I would say, equal cooperation between Ukraine and European Union. At the same time, I would really say that in the future, when we have SOTA Plus Club of European Union, the European Union should be safe and secure, and I think Ukraine could be a great contributor to this process.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Now I turn to Nathalie Tocci and ask you, having in mind the importance of security for the questions of European Union enlargement, what would be the greatest cost of EU not enlarging? What would it mean for the Eastern Partnership countries? What would it mean if they ended up in a deadlock of enlargement like it happened with the Western Balkan states?
Well, let me start by saying that, of course, I agree with everything that was said, and I think it is important to make the positive case for enlargement. But having said this, I think it's also important to remind ourselves that, sadly, up until Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine, those arguments, those positive arguments, be they security or economic arguments, clearly weren't strong enough, quote unquote, to actually move enlargement forward, right? Enlargement was stuck. In fact, enlargement was dead in the water, frankly speaking. And so I think the importance of your question is that what Russia's invasion of Ukraine did is that all of a sudden it brought on the agenda in a very dominant way precisely your question. It may well be that enlightened people like ourselves see the positive case for enlargement. But everyone sees, right, the costs of non-enlargement after the 24th of February of 2 years ago. Now, I think in that, what does that actually mean? And what's the link between Russia's invasion of Ukraine and enlargement? Essentially, up until 2 years ago, there was an unspoken assumption, no one ever said this openly, right, or admitted this openly, but there was an unspoken assumption that countries that were not part of the European Union, that were in the so-called grey zone, perhaps they were not, so basically we're talking about the Western Balkans, the Eastern Partnership countries, we're talking about Turkey, perhaps they were not wonderfully democratic or prosperous or secure, but they were more or less stable. And there was an assumption that that stability was, in a sense, well, there's nothing permanent in life, but as permanent as it gets, yeah? I mean, it was a stable stability, right? It was a stableocracy, as one used to call the countries in the Western Balkans, for instance. The 24th of February sort of swept that assumption away. All of a sudden, it became clear that war is not necessarily an inevitability everywhere, but it is a possibility, right, in countries that are in that grey zone. Now, having realized that, I think the next step in the argument is that of saying, yes, but is it exactly the same in the Eastern Trio as in the Western Balkans? And again, if one has to be honest with oneself, the answer is no, it's not the same, in the sense that the security argument is not quite the same. Why is it not the same? Well, in the case of the Western Balkans, and Turkey for that matter, there is quite an important security player called NATO, right? That in the case of the Western Balkans is present in 3 out of 6 countries, obviously Turkey also being a member of NATO, and there is a fairly significant presence in another 2, right? So the security logic of EU enlargement in the Western Balkans is, yes, I mean, important, but not as existential. Now, it is existential when it comes to the Eastern Trio, because, of course, NATO is not present in those countries. And, obviously the EU is not as strong a security guarantee as NATO, but in a sense it is, a good second best, yeah? You're less likely to be invaded by Russia, presumably, if you're an EU member state, even if you're not a NATO member state. So all this to sort of wrap it and simply say that I think that although the argument that we should be having are indeed the positive arguments in favor of enlargement, the reason why we're having this discussion today is precisely because of the appreciation of the costs of non-enlargement, which have become, as I said, clear for everyone to see.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I turn now to Milena with a question that essentially started from your work on the template for the staged accession, and you're the main author on the second version of this template. And this proposal for gradual or staged accession of countries to the European Union has originally been designed to overcome the deadlock in the enlargement process for the Western Balkan countries. Now, think of the enlargement process as it is today, as opposed to it being 3 years ago. What do you see as the main challenges to the template, to staged accession in the context of 10 candidates and potential candidate countries?
So we developed this proposal together with our colleagues from the Center for European Policy Studies in Brussels. So I was the, let's say, pen holder for this revised version, but it was a team effort, definitely. We provided this as an idea to structure and offer some substance to this idea of gradual integration, which was already being adopted since the revision of the enlargement methodology in 2020, with the idea of making the process not only more structured, but also more predictable, in the sense that we know that overall the accession process, the accession negotiations are, as the minister also mentioned, quite politicized, that the candidate countries become exposed to you can call them bilateral, but I like to call them unilateral demands of specific member states on the basis of their specific interests, rather than matters of enlargement policy and accession conditionalities. So the idea was to offer both structure and predictability so that countries can know exactly what they can expect in terms of additional benefits on the way to future EU membership, and based on the achieved reforms that they can get both financial incentives, financial benefits in terms of highly increased financial assistance from the EU, but also increased participation in the work of the EU institutions. And I would say that this proposal, obviously with the new growth plan and this new facility that the Commission and the Member States have adopted for the Western Balkans, but also the Ukraine facility, which has the same logic of performance-based financial instrument. This financial aspect of the benefits which we proposed is basically adopted and basically is already in force. But the institutional incentives are not there yet. I mean, we don't yet see a real, let's say, real will and real readiness among member states to commit their resources to including candidate countries into the work of the EU institutions. And this is particularly true of the Council, which is somehow the most conservative, I would say, EU institution in these terms. For example, the European Economic and Social Committee has fully opened its doors to candidate countries last year, but the Council is still kind of, much more difficult to penetrate in this way. So I think that one of the main challenges is actually exactly this readiness and political will in the member states to commit additional resources, because obviously if you have 10 candidate countries to deal with and to say, okay, this candidate country is now well prepared in a specific chapter and we propose to invite it to the meetings of the Council on agriculture, for example, in order to already stimulate the common learning, the preparation of the capacities of these countries also to function as EU member states in the future. So I see this as one challenge, and this is something that we are now really still trying to push with the member states. We do see that there is a lot of understanding and support in a great number of member states for involving candidate countries more deeply in the work of the EU institutions, but there are also some challenges there, especially in terms of the resources. Another challenge which definitely I see, and this is not so much related to the number of candidate countries that we have, but simply to the nature of the proposal, since we suggested that in the first 10 years of membership, in order to overcome the fears of absorption capacity and increased number of veto players around the Council table, part of that proposal was that through the accession treaties, countries, new member states actually get a suspended right of veto in the first 10 years of membership in order to give EU member states, the rest of the EU member states, also more time to complete these institutional reforms and to prepare, especially the Council, for functioning in an enlarged membership. This has, let's say, been a more divisive issue, both among the member states and among the candidates. I know from various discussions that this kind of a proposal or question at least has been put to some of the new candidate countries already, to their governments, and that in several cases they have already expressed readiness, because the logic is we are not entering the EU in order just to get our veto rights. We are entering because this is something that we need for our economy, for our citizens, and there are many other benefits, so temporary suspension of a veto right might not be the end of the world if this is going to help us get to membership sooner rather than later, and just avoid a situation where we are ready to accede, but the EU is not yet ready to let us in. But finally, I just want to say that in terms of the countries that are now at the beginning of the process, I really believe that this proposal can offer a good solution because it offers benefits in a structured way. It offers a certain structure to the process which is currently not really present. I mean, if you look, for example, at the new growth plan for the Western Balkans, the 7 priority areas for gradual integration into the single market, they're kind of cherry-picked from various aspects of the single market, but there is no real structure and there is no real, let's say, template according to which countries can obtain these benefits and accede to these elements of the single market. So I believe that by structuring the process in a way that would be predictable for the candidate countries, this can be even more beneficial for the countries that are now on the very beginning of the process, because the process is unfortunately likely to last quite a few years, even with all the political will and efforts to speed it up, for example, in the case of Ukraine. But simply it is likely to take some time, and offering more structure, offering a clear path and clear rewards on the basis of the implemented reforms, I think that it is a good way to go, not only for the front runners, but especially for the countries that are now at the start of the process.
Thank you so much, Milena. And speaking about the countries that are now at the start of the process, I would like to return to Ms. Jarosz-Friis and ask you, what do you see as the greatest challenges during Ukraine's EU enlargement negotiations? Where should the Commission focus its efforts to ensure that post-conflict reconstruction and EU accession can actually run smoothly and go hand in hand?
Okay, thank you. I'm actually of a number of months now surprised how discussion about enlargement and accession negotiations sometimes seem to be disconnected from the economics and the economic reality of various candidate countries, but also the reality of taking on the Union acquis and preparing for participation in the internal market. There is enormous work in terms of transforming the economies and the societies for the countries ahead of them in order to be able to function as members of the European Union and in order to be able to function in the internal market. What Ukraine needs and what Ukraine has is a medium-term strategy that would ensure is maybe too much because there's enormous uncertainty in relation to the war, but would put country on the best possible growth path through reforms and investments. And these reforms at the same time would bring it closer to the Union. So move it forward on the path of the accession negotiations. And Ukraine has such strategy. That's called Ukraine Plan, that has been prepared under Ukraine facility. The member states have signed off on it a few weeks ago, and we have started implementing it. So for the next 4 years, Ukraine has an incredibly clear prioritization of reforms, and they are vast, from anti-corruption, business environment, human capital, and everything that has to do with trauma of the war and getting skills, veterans, healthcare, medical care, integration into the labor market, policy on migration and refugees, to reforms of the state-owned enterprises and investments in key sectors of the economy that can be bearers of growth, including defense for that matter. And at the same time, part of these reforms would make a tick whenever we will get to the moment where a given cluster is open or where we go through the screening process at the moment. So there is a very big overlap if you kind of take the two processes together, right? Payments for policy conditionality, that's what Ukraine Plan is about over the next 4 years, with prioritized reforms, investments which are then de-risked and supported by the Union budget guarantee through what we call Pillar 2 of Ukraine facility, and a lot of support to the capacity of the Ukrainian administration, including at the local level, to be able to actually implement these reforms. And then you take our enlargement report from last year. There is a big overlap between the recommendations. I mean, part of the Union acquis generates costs, right? I think a lot of our environmental acquis generates costs in the short and medium term, and then benefits in the longer term. Ukraine is in a very particular situation in terms of war economy, ability to function as a state is fully dependent on foreign assistance. It has to make choices, and we have made the choices with them to prioritize those elements of the union law that are actually creating the environment which is conducive to growth. So I think the two actually go hand in hand and prepare very well for the acceleration of the accession negotiations and for the reconstruction once we have a resolution of the war. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to Hennadiy, the question is, what can the Ukrainian government do to make the best use of this opportunity?
First of all, I would like to thank European institutions for this help we have with this Ukraine facility, and we have a really great endeavor on our side to draft this Ukraine plan. So we have really like middle-term perspective how to go ahead with our reforms. Maybe a small footnote about those candidates, those countries which are new on this path. I would say maybe it's not correct in terms of Ukraine as far as we have our association agreement. It's very different from the agreements Balkan states had, and basically the CFTA is a great proof of that. So I think we are prepared in this process, and maybe the answers to the questionnaire we had in 2022 just showed that our implementation of the association agreement was a great endeavor and a great exercise how to prepare ourselves to this issue. But I would rather continue. I know that this recommendation observation on Ukraine side may be known in the European Commission, but I would say it would be interesting to our colleagues here to listen that we still see that there are some possibilities to fine-tune the policy and methodology of enlargement policy, where Ukraine sees possibilities. For example, I think that at the moment we should talk more about political engagement and political leadership from the European side. We see it at the moment in these current European institutions, or be it European Council, be it European Commission or European Parliaments, but I would say we will see how the situation will be after European elections. We're still hopeful for good results and continuation of this policy. But at the same time, it's also proved beneficial for Ukraine to have different kind of joint meetings, high-level meetings with European institutions. That's what you also mentioned. I think it's very important, even if we're not full-fledged partner in this process. I think this exchange of knowledge and this possibility to talk on equal with our partners from European institutions made a great progress for our members of government. Another issue, I would say it is very important to see that the process methodology is not too bureaucratic. We're in favor of clear benchmarks, even in spheres and clusters which are not usually used with benchmark, for example, fundamentals. If it is vague description, I think it's room for manipulation of some member states, which we witnessed recently in Ukraine. But if it is possibility just to make transparent ticks in boxes and to make a time frame for that, it would be beneficial for Ukraine. I often hear from counterparts from different European member states that it shouldn't be too fast for Ukraine to integrate. Well, true, but at the same time, if we deliver on our commitments, we should also see the transparent approach from our partners from this side. So I would say Ukraine is ready. What we try to do during preparation for recommendations, implementation prior to opening negotiations, is a clear indication that we have a clear synergy between government, between civil society, and parliament in Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Hennadiy. And following up on something that you have mentioned, I wanted to ask Nathalie, how are the governments and EU institutions, governments of the different member states and their public actually viewing Ukraine's efforts? Are there differences amongst the institutions and the member states? And how do you think that this will play into the discussions on EU enlargement?
So there are differences, but I probably wouldn't characterize the differences as differences between the institutions and the member states. I would say that there are the arguments on enlargement, I think, have traditionally revolved around the two sets of issues that we've already been talking about. So on the one hand, there's everything that falls into the security strategic box, and the second is what falls into the transformational merit-based, in a sense, approach. And I think it is clear, due to its very mandate, that the Commission inevitably tilts towards the latter. Not that it's blind to the former, but it's inbuilt within the Commission, right, to pursue a particular approach which is as much as possible technical. It is not 100% technical, let's face it, right? You know, if we think about the Eastern enlargement, again, there was a very strong strategic rationale to this. Enlargement was going to happen. And, you know, when enlargement is going to happen, inevitably, right, here and there can be some cutting of corners. However, the overall direction of travel within that strategic direction will be one that will be as much as possible merit-based. And on the Commission side, that is, in a sense, the push and the drive, and indeed, in a sense, that's what they're supposed to be doing, right? It's the mandate. Now, having said that, I think there are some member states that tend to press very strongly on that particular argument as well. Germany, to mention the obvious one, right? There will be other member states, France, for example, you know, member states in Eastern Europe. Northern Europe is an interesting case, because I think Northern Europe has traditionally been very strong on the transformational side of the argument, but as a consequence of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, they're much more attuned to the strategic argument in favor of enlargement. So I think Northern Europe has changed. I think probably the most interesting case is France, because France has traditionally been an enlargement skeptic. France has traditionally not liked enlarging. It doesn't mean that enlargement hasn't happened, as we know it has happened, but it has tended to, in a sense, err on the side of, well, you know, deepening versus widening. I think the U-turn that we have seen in France is really quite significant, and that U-turn has happened because of the appreciation of that strategic logic. Were it not for that argument, we wouldn't have seen, I think, this kind of turnaround in France. So, long story short, I think that, you know, whereas once upon a time there was this tension between these two sets of arguments, now I think, whereas there will be some players that will tilt more towards one side as opposed to the other, the overall direction, which is why enlargement has momentum now in a way in which it did not 3 years ago.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nathalie. And I want to close this round of discussion by going back to the so-called old comers of EU enlargement. So a question for you, Milena. There have been quite a few electoral cycles in the Western Balkans, and we could also see in some of the countries that the support for entering the EU is actually becoming lower. So my question is there still enthusiasm for the EU in the region?
Well, this dissipating support for EU accession and for EU membership in the region is a logical consequence of such a protracted process, and numerous disappointments, instances in which reforms did not necessarily result in benefits. I think North Macedonia is the strongest case in point, which of course did not negatively affect only the accession process of North Macedonia and the political environment and the overall political situation in that country, but it also sent echoes all across the Western Balkan region, indicating that even if the governments make important political sacrifices for the EU accession agenda, that they actually might end up being punished in the next elections. So I think that most of the leaders in the region are now being extremely cautious, and some of them more than others. But that this is also then translating into the overall, into the general public and into the general support for the EU accession in the region. And I think that, and this was also the case with the previous rounds of enlargement, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, that the closer the countries were getting to EU membership, the higher the Euroscepticism was, because the actual problems within the process, and also the losers of the accession process, because let's be honest, I mean, the EU accession process does not only create benefits and winners, it also creates certain losers in that process. So this becomes more visible, and these groups then become better organized. I think that what is important to keep in mind here is that popular support, and here I refer mainly to Serbia because this is the country I know best, but popular support to EU accession is a highly event-driven thing. So depending on what the EU accession process is producing and what kind of events we have in the process, whether they're positive or negative, that will also greatly influence these shifts in popular support or opposition. So I can just give you an example. When Serbia got the visa liberalization in 2009, in this country, which was traditionally had a more difficult relationship between the EU, also as one of the consequences of the NATO bombings, where a lot of the people, and still large majority of the Serbian population, doesn't really make a clear distinction between the EU and the NATO when it comes to the responsibility for something that the people in Serbia still see as one of the most difficult moments in the recent history. So even though the country and the Serbian population had from the beginning of the process a more troubled relationship with the EU, when we got the visa liberalization, the popular support spiked to 74%. But when we were, for example, conditioned by the EU to extradite the Hague indictees to the Hague, to the ICTY, then it was going down to around 40%. Now we are again in a situation where the popular support is quite low. And I have to say that this time around, this is also to a great extent the consequence of the very negative EU narrative and political discourse in the country. So my expectation is that as the process starts to deliver more positive results and especially benefits, if we speak about and if we really give substance to this idea of gradual integration and benefits on the way to EU accession, that the more that these benefits become visible, that will be an opportunity to harness more genuine support among the Western Balkan citizens for EU accession.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Milena. Thank you to all of the speakers. And we open the floor for questions. So I'm very happy to take 2 to 3 questions in the first round. We also have our online audience. Please do keep your questions short and to the point. State your name and affiliation, and ideally who your question is intended for. I see 1, 2, 3. So please, Philip. There is a microphone coming in.
Just wait a minute.
There is one issue which the panel has rather studiously avoided, with one exception, and that is the discussion about the unit veto under present rules and its suspension. Namely, what will be the impact of enlargement upon EU institutions, not upon the countries that would be admitted, but what's going to happen to the EU itself and especially its existing institutions. There seems to be the assumption, with the exception of this suspension of the unit veto, that every single new member state is going to have a commissioner. Every single new member state is going to be systematically overrepresented in the parliament and in the votes of the European Council. I would like to know whether anybody has given any thought to this impact.
Thank you.
Because
so
it
that's
seems to me there's good reason to be skeptical that you cannot enlarge without changing the rules of decision-making in the European Union.
Thank you so much. We can take another couple of questions. I've seen 2 hands there. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Boglárka Colin. I'm coming from Budapest, Ludovika University. And my question is the following. So we are talking about the policy of the European Union, which actually we can say that hasn't delivered so much since 2013. There are two arguments as it was elaborated. The European Commission put the so-called fundamentals, the rule of law requirements in the Western Balkans, for example, at the first place. So all the negotiation has to start with this and end with this. So that's one of the merit-based approach. And the other argument is geopolitics, which you called it security arguments. And we all know that we are living in a changing world order. So my question here is, what is more important for the European institutions, keeping these fundamentals and the rule of law, keeping them as hard conditions for enlargement, or geopolitics? And do we have time to wait? Because we already had a decade where there was no delivering. So what are the most important, geopolitics or rule of law?
Thank you so much. There's a question.
Thomas. Thank you very much. Thomas Christiansen, Lewis University, Rome. I just wonder, I mean, the nationality of the EU Commissioner who deals with enlargement has been an issue in the past term. And now that we have elections and potentially a new commission slate coming up, I wonder if any panelists would like to speak on the significance of the nationality of the next Commissioner for Enlargement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll start with these three questions and then we'll take others in the next round. So Nathalie.
Okay, so let me start with Philippe's questions on reform within the European Union. So I think this kind of divides up into three categories. You have the category of representation, which I think is the one that you were referring to, the question of decision-making, and then I would add a third, which is the impact on EU policies. Now, the representation one is the one thing you really do need to figure out before enlargement happens. The good news is that it has been figured out, in the sense that the Lisbon Treaty does actually have an annex, which has not been implemented, but it can be implemented, that provides, for example, for not every member state necessarily having a commissioner, just to give the obvious example. And of course, courtesy of the United Kingdom, we do have a number of MEPs to play with, right? If new members were to come in. And of course, let's remind ourselves that with the exception of Ukraine, they're all fairly small countries, right? So the representation bit is the one thing that absolutely has to be done, and the good news is that it's the easiest one to figure out. The next question is decision-making, and in particular the question of vetoes. I mean, we discussed it in terms of vetoes within the enlargement process, but more generally, unanimity in those areas like taxation, like foreign policy, where there is still the unanimity rule. Now, I mean, to be honest with you, that is something that should be happening regardless of enlargement. Enlargement is not a deal breaker, right, on the question of decision-making. It is something that ought to happen anyhow. Now, if the momentum for enlargement can be, quote-unquote, used in order to move forward on those important, necessarily, we should have done it a long time ago, reforms, then all the better. The third sort of box is actually what I think is the hardest one. The hardest nut to crack is the impact on EU policies, particularly those policies that have big budgetary implications, agriculture, cohesion. And obviously here we're mainly talking about Ukraine rather than everyone else. Frankly speaking, we could do everyone else. I mean, this goes back to the point that we were making about demography. You could, I don't know, we could allow Moldova in Montenegro, that's the easiest one. Montenegro tomorrow morning, and no one would notice, right? And I mean, we would all notice, right? But as in economic terms, right? No one would notice. I mean, it is not a cost, yeah, given the size. 10 countries, with the exception of Ukraine, right? They all make up the, sort of, take Ukraine out, which is what is driving the entire process. Everyone else is the size of the United Kingdom, put together, yeah? I mean, it's small stuff. But Ukraine is the big thing, and it is what is driving everything, and it just so happens to have a massive impact on, for instance, the common agricultural policy. So again, the question is, how do you use the momentum of enlargement to do, again, the kind of things that, frankly speaking, we should have done a long time ago. I mean, how many decades have we been talking about the reform of CAP, right? So I think that is potentially a deal breaker, but again, it falls again into the box of something that ought to be done anyhow, I think.
Thank you so much, Nathalie. Anna.
If I may, I don't think the impact of the internal policies is the most difficult to figure out. I think there are, enlargement is just one of the impacts, but there are really other drivers that are going to impact in terms of how the future common agriculture policy will be sized and costed in the next multi-annual financial framework, and how, and it's rather the discussion on the competitiveness and the strategic autonomy of the union and the internal market that will drive the discussion on the future of cohesion, which, in my view, I would advise anybody to look at as a discussion on how do we support investments in the union. And you look at the Recovery and Resilience Facility with a budget that is more or less the same as the budget of cohesion, just delivers differently and quicker. And the cohesion, we have 4 reasons of COVID and need to respond quickly. We have 2 different modalities to policies that fundamentally support investment and link some of the money to the reforms in the union. So these are the very, very strong drivers. There is an enlargement, and one of them is absolutely enlargement to Ukraine. But there is no shortage of techniques, ways, phase-in, caps. Whoever remembers the conditions of the Polish farmers to participate in common agriculture policy, I am not sure whether after 20 years of enlargement, the level of direct transfers is the same as the level of the French farmers. So, enlargement is fundamentally a political process. And fundamental decision on enlargement will be a political one and will be a unanimous one, and it should be. So the decision-making process, which again is, I think as we are seeing these days in terms of common foreign and security policy and various not so united voices, not so much in relation to Ukraine, but other issues around the world, it's a very, very difficult matter. And it's not because of the enlargement that it has to be fixed. It has to be fixed if the union wants to have a strong voice in a new, much more complex and less safe world. So yes, if the enlargement will give a momentum to push things forward, that's fantastic. But this is not something that will, I think, stop it. And I also don't think that the internal policies cannot be figured out. I think we really have many ways how to propose and compose budgets for the next one and going forward. For that matter, the next Commission proposal, which will have to come before the 1st of July 2025, so very quickly, on the next MFF, I think will be the most significant expression of how the Commission sees the feasibility of dealing with the various changes, enlargement as being one of them. And I think the strategic agenda process started with Grenada Declaration, which is very enlargement positive, is the one that I think we will see how member states will respond. And to the third question, the Commission takes decisions as a college. And I think that Commission, with this Commissioner, delivered a Ukraine facility. Thank you. Thank you so much. Milena?
Well, I will maybe touch on the question regarding what's more important, fundamentals or geopolitics. And this is something that has started to bother me actually more and more in my work, because working and living in a country where democracy is being dismantled little by little with every new electoral cycle and with every new decision of the government in power, while on the other hand, the EU still appears and also is very vocal about the support. For example, just recently, the Enlargement Commissioner was in Belgrade, and he expressed his hopes that Serbia would, in the next few years, join the EU, it definitely creates a dilemma. So should the EU focus and prioritize fundamentals, democracy, rule of law, or should it prioritize these strategic and geopolitical imperatives? And obviously their intention, and obviously even inside of the Serbian population, this is what is actually right now one of the biggest drivers of new kind of Euroscepticism, because people who were traditionally very EU supportive, very EU Euro enthusiastic, are now becoming more and more disappointed because of what they see as is support of the EU to a government that appears less and less legitimate and less democratic. Now, of course, this question doesn't have an easy answer. It's not a yes or no question answer, this is more important or that is more important. But what I think is extremely important to keep in mind is that the challenges which the region is going through in terms of democracy and the functioning of democracy and rule of law are not just the challenges of the candidate countries. These are the same challenges that we can see in a number of EU member states, and that also are driving some of the internal debates, discussions on the EU reform inside of the Union. So my proposal would be that the EU takes a much more genuine and a much more honest approach, realizing that we are sharing the same challenges and that probably the best way to address those challenges also in the candidate countries would be through the EU context, through the EU institutions, perhaps not necessarily accepting countries which have not fulfilled all the fundamentals related conditionalities, but thinking about some more innovative instruments which can help keep countries in check, for example, through the so-called safeguard clauses, extending and prolonging the safeguard clauses in the accession treaties, which can then be a trigger for imposing certain measures or restrictions on member states that are breaching the fundamental values and democracy.
Thank you so much. Milena and Hennadiy.
I will touch upon maybe the second and third question because I really enjoyed answers on the first one by Nathalie and Anna. About geopolitics or rule of law, I think from Ukrainian perspective, we see that European Union doesn't have this luxury to see it as the dilemma. It should be both vocal and this big agency on security dimension, and it should also be a providing watchdog on fundamentals and democratic principles and values, because it's very important. And basically what we see in conditions to Ukraine from some member states, as you mentioned, is also lacks of this democracy, lacks of these reforms done in these already member states of European Union. So I think it's both at the same time, and Ukraine maybe could serve as an example in some issues when we could just mix them to proceed together. About Commissioner, I agree, college takes decision, but I would say it also should be decision of a person to go above national politics. Sometimes we lacked when it comes to the person we mentioned here, but not mentioned explicitly. But I would say that there was strong linkage to national policy, unfortunately, and we know of them from some consultations and so on and so forth. So be above national politics, be supranational, I think this is the essence of being part of the European Commission.
Thank you so much, Hennadiy. Marius.
Thank you very much. And I would say that in the short term, we can very well have the geopolitical dimension, but in the long term, the transformation of the member states and of the candidate countries is essential. I think we have time for 2 more questions. Anyone in the audience who would like to ask some more questions? Please, in the back.
Hi, my name is Jebeke. I'm from CMI Martyr Peace Foundation, head of EU affairs. I have a quick question. There is, of course, the security argument. There's economic prosperity that drives this enlargement. But there's also wanting to fend off external influence, right? In particular in the Western Balkans, but also in the other countries. And that takes us to the question of norms and values. And I think that there's an element of peacemaking that's not being discussed as much, and particularly not here today. because traditionally enlargement was, of course, very related to peace building, and has even been mentioned as one of the EU's most efficient peace-building tools. And now it's being built for hard security reasons, right? So I'd like to have the reflections of the panel on what that means for the EU as a global actor, in particular when it comes to the EU as a global peace actor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for one more question.
There's a question at the balcony.
Yeah,
please.
Hi, you might not be able to see me. I'm Friedrich Puttmann from the London School of Economics, and I have a very small question, which is, what about Turkey?
Thank you very much. I think we will start in the same order. Nathalie, if you want to respond.
Yeah, just very quickly, because I'm actually going to connect these two, these two questions. Yes, you're right. I mean, enlargement once upon a time was about peacemaking. And it was, you know, the idea is that you take everyone in, and by taking everyone in, I mean, you know, the one successful example actually was Northern Ireland before Brexit. By taking everyone in, you somehow dilute, you know, the relevance of some of the conflict issues. And this, in a sense, kind of fell flat on its face when it started not really working out. And of course, it started not working out, and this connects to the second question, precisely in the context of Cyprus and Turkey, where rather than taking everyone in, it became a divisive story rather than a unifying one. However, I think beyond these specific cases, where in a sense it started becoming less attractive in that way, it also becomes part of this broader story where, in a sense, the EU, not just the EU, I mean, this is part of the end of the international liberal order, so to speak, moves from promotion to protection, right? So it moves away from the promotion of, you know, we just need to kind of sort of spread our goodness in the world onto a very different mindset, which is about protection. And so all of a sudden, you have this kind of much sharper edge to enlargement, where, in a sense, kind of taking in order to keep others out, namely Russia, becomes the driving, in a sense, strategic argument in favor of enlargement. I'm not arguing whether this is right or wrong, I'm just simply stating that this is, I think, the way in which things have gone.
That's an excellent point. Anna, would you like to continue?
I mean, I think just adding that, I think the war in Ukraine brought what we discussed at the beginning, and I think also what the president of Portugal referred to in the first opening panel. I think the EU is about, you know, peace and prosperity, security and prosperity, and maybe fortunately, most of our citizens didn't have to think too much about it for very, very long, and now they have to think about it. So changing peace into, you know, more sort of a hard security is an inevitable development.
Thank you. That's also related to the notion of resilience, which has become very dominant these days in Brussels. Milena, if you would want to...
I actually just wanted to build on what Nathalie said in connection to Turkey and how actually peace became more of a divisive issue. But I think that there is one more factor regarding Turkey's accession, which also contributed to the peace argument not really playing out as it should. And I think that Turkey was actually the first time that the EU opened accession negotiations with a country that it wasn't really set on accepting as a member state. Right. So there was still a huge discussion of whether we actually want Turkey in, but the country was already negotiating. And then somehow the EU started to repeat that same pattern over and over again, also with the Western Balkans. Right. I don't know now how it will play out until the end with Ukraine, but the moment the process started, in that very moment, there was a lot more division than there was before the start of the process. So I think that this is actually what plays into this problem with the peace argument. I think that in the case of the Western Balkans, I think that peace is still a very strong argument for accession. There's a lot of people in the region, and I really am one of those who believe that if we had a more credible and a more imminent EU membership perspective, so not just process, but EU membership perspective, if the EU were politically able to commit to not a date of enlargement, but a target year, just like Charles Michel proposed last year. So to have a target date when the next enlargement will be possible, I think that this can become a driver of peace and stability in the region in a much more positive sense than what we have right now. I think that the leaders in the region, including Vučić and Kurti, are still playing a very divisive and very divisive political discourse and politics overall, because they know or they don't know whether EU membership is really in the cards. There is still a lot of skepticism when it comes to this issue, and I think that this is still kind of an obstacle to achieving peace in the region.
Thank you. Hennadiy?
Naturally, I would be starting from Ukrainian position and assessment of peace building and agency of European Union in this area. I could compare two different periods. Being part of the Eastern Partnership, with all these instruments, soft security presented and peace building, conflict resolution under this policy, was it successful for Ukraine? Not really. We have now big war. What I observe now, there is a more sober stance of European Union. This is a good news, but my perception that it will be a moment for truth for peace building role in peace building of European Union when it comes to resolution of conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Now we have this peace formula with a global summit just maybe in a month to be held in Switzerland. 10 points, 10 different instruments in different areas, which propose have to fine-tune the new security architecture. And I think we need more involvement from the European Union to be more stable on that, on commitments, and on proposal have to make these instruments, have to make these norms viable and important for other partners as well in Global South or for the United States. So I think we see change, but let's see if it see change.
Thank you very much. I think that today we discussed basically three dynamics related both with the political developments within the European Union and also how external geopolitical dynamics affect very much European integration and the European Union as a political and economic actor. That being said, I want to thank everyone for attending our session. I want to thank our four speakers and my co-moderator. And I hope you will attend the next sessions. And that being said, goodbye. I'm going to close the panel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to rush off. Thank you.
I need to
Welcome, everyone. My name is Alexander Monge. I'm the head of the Department of the Economics Department at the UI. I welcome all of you to this topic on aging and European society. The honor is great because we have a set of leaders in the discussion of these topics. 225 years ago, Reverend Malthus was crystallizing the scare of the population that the growth was going to lead to poverty, immigration flows, and actually all sorts of problems. We are in quite different times. It's difficult to think of a better time or better place to live than Western Europe. However, these blessings, which are great at the individual level, come with challenges for the collective society as a whole. So the panel today, we have Professor Arnstein Aassve from Bocconi, Professor Elsa Fornero from Torino, Mr. Colin, I just was instructed, and of course I fell, and Professor Van Hooren from Amsterdam, and my esteemed colleague at the economics department, Edoardo Frattola, will be the co-moderator, and he will be proposing the first, introducing the first topic, which is going to be a brief presentation by Mr. Colin.
Yeah, just so thanks, Alex. Good afternoon. So just a few words on the organization of this panel. So we will start with a short opening speech by Mr. Scicluna. Then we will go over 3 main topics related to population aging. And then we will have a Q&A session at the end. So I think we can start with the opening speech. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for this opportunity on the stage with but I wanted to kind of put forward a few of the ideas that we have been working on in the European Commission and also projecting into the future the kind of challenges and priorities that we have. The theme, I think, in a way says it all, aging society, threat or opportunity. And I think that we have a very important policy choice ahead of us. Are we going to consider it a threat, or are we going to look at this factor, this phenomenon of our aging society in Europe as an opportunity? I would start by saying that the fact that people are living longer and healthier lives is a good thing. It may sound very simple to say that, but we too often think of aging in a negative sense, as something which is a burden on our society, a burden on our economies. But in reality, it is a great achievement that as a result of various policies, of our social and economic models, that we have managed to have a situation in Europe where people are living longer and, very importantly, healthier lives. Now, it's also true that there are other parts of the world as well where this phenomenon is taking place. And that too is because very often many of these places have followed similar models to the ones that we have. However, just being happy about it isn't enough. We need to address the way in which this has an impact on our societies, on our economies, including because it is coupled with the fact that we do have declining birth rates. So we do have a depleting population. We do have a depleting workforce, more importantly, as a prospect for the future. It was very interesting to see, there was an article in the Financial Times just a few days ago by Martin Wolf. And we were joking in our team that we could actually have written that article, because what he was saying essentially was that in the coming years, we need to rethink the system on which our society is built completely. Because our society today is built on social, economic, financial, welfare models that were designed a generation or 2 generations ago. And they simply aren't fit for purpose. They're not fit for the reality that we are living today, and more so, the one that will be lived by the people by the children who are being born today. These are children who have a 50% chance of living over 95. And half of those will live to be over 100. So clearly our welfare, our healthcare, our education, our labor market, our education, everything will have to be remodeled to address this phenomenon. Having said that, I see this as more of an opportunity rather than a threat, because if we think about it early enough and we think about it in a structured way, that we prepare for it. You know, demographic change is very often equated with climate change. And with climate change, the tendency is that we came to it too late. With demographic change, perhaps we are still in time to be able to address it in a way which is beneficial to all. So I would leave it at that for now, and perhaps come later on.
Thank you. Thanks also for mentioning the opportunity part, because I think most of our questions will be on the threats related to population aging. So maybe at the end we will have time to discuss more about this opportunity part. So I think we can start with the first topic that we wanted to cover today, which is social security systems. So the negative consequences that population aging can have on the sustainability of our pension systems. So in the last couple of decades, many European countries have approved pension reforms that increase the minimum retirement age. So First of all, the question is, should we further increase retirement age?
And also here I want to stress that things could be quite dynamic. The organization of work and the life cycle, the gender division of labor, and those are issues that are also being quickly changing, and the engagement of different sectors in the labor market, in the labor force, may be more or less elastic depending on the reforms. So I would like to just put you there as issues to be discussed when we think about the big elephant in the room, which is the sustainability of the pension systems. With that, I don't know, I can start with, I will say Professor Elsa Fornero.
Oh, thank you very much. First, thank you for having me here in this beautiful place. I also want to say that I very much like your introduction. And indeed, when I looked at the questions, I said, if we don't make an effort to imagine our society and also the economy in, let's say, 30 years ahead, a generation, a bit more, it will be very difficult to find the devices. And in my view, we need to create this by having people working together. I mean, different specialists. So it's a very, very interdisciplinary field, studying aging. And without having this vision of the future, we maybe stay on discussing social security today, which is very important, but which is not our future, is not taking aging as an opportunity. So the question about social security, I also think it is very important to have a distinction in mind, because we as economists are quite good at modeling the not perfect, not the optimal, but a good pension system, a good social security system. The thing is, how do we get there? So we also always have a transition, and the transition is difficult. So what we would like to have is a social security which allows a much more degree of freedom to individuals. If you think, social security is one of the situations in which we do not have the freedom of choice. The young are not asked, would you join social security in Italy, the Italian pension system? No, they are not asked. It's compulsory participation. And it is a huge decision. So maybe in the future, we would like much more degree of freedom than we have now. But now we have the transition, and the transition is very, very costly. And we need to take care of not leaving the cost entirely to the young, to the shoulder of the young. So to do this, one necessity is to have the working life longer than it was. So we have to effectively increase retirement age, not because we want people to be chained to their job, but because it is necessary to finance retirement. Because the system is, as you all know, is pay as you go. And when the young are shrinking and the older generation are increasing, you have to take income from the working population and put to finance the retirement of the older population. And this means that we need to divide, to share the burden. And it means that we have to increase retirement age, which is something that we have done in Italy.
Professor?
Yeah, I obviously agree with my colleagues here, and I also would just want to express thank you for actually putting this topic on the agenda, because you have both alluded to the issue of aging, and one of the things that we are trying to do is to change the narrative a little bit. So it's about longevity, and as has been said, it's an enormous success story that we should be very proud of for our society. But it is indeed true that there needs to be some new thinking about how to go about doing it. And one thing is to simply say, okay, they need to work longer, but it opens up several questions about how do we work until that retirement age. And you could think about possible solutions in terms, you mentioned flexibility, and there would have to be some constructions where you allow people to work way longer than what is the statutory retirement age. Whereas others would obviously, suppose they had a very hard working life, they might still want to end it at around 67 or 68 or whatever the minimum age is. But what comes with all of this is then to make work and jobs perhaps in a different way for the young than what it is now. And what I'm thinking here is that if you look around, especially take Italy as an example, there seems to me to be huge capacity out there. So if you think about the rate of needs, those not in education, not in training, or in employment, you know, I made an estimate of the number here. You know, depending a little bit on the definition, but you know, we are talking about 1.5 million of the young. So that's a huge number, and I also looked at a little bit of the statistics in terms of fertility decline. So the big, and we also heard it earlier in the opening session today. You know, how we need to help the young generation to participate, and we need to rest and rely on those. But I think we need to start there. We need to think about how do we get young people engaged, and at the same time thinking about innovative solutions in terms of their retirement.
Okay, Professor van Hooren.
Thank you very much. I want to raise a different challenge in relation to our social security system, and that's the growing need for long-term care for the elderly. And I believe this is a huge challenge for European countries. And I think the way to go in the future is basically around a right to care. And that right to care entails two parts. On the one hand, it is important that everyone has the right to provide care to their family members at some point during their working lives. And this is already like fairly well organized for childcare, but much more poorly organized for long-term care for the elderly. So just like we have some forms of parental leave in all countries, we should also have other forms of leave for family care, so that we can be workers and carers at the same time, sometimes a little bit more of the one, sometimes a little bit more of the other, and that will also like make our working careers more durable for a longer period of time. So the other side is that we should have the right to receive care. So those who are in need of long-term care, when they are old or for other reasons, they should have the right to receive that. And the extent to which this is currently the case, as you probably know, differs enormously across Europe. Some countries have organized that to a much larger extent to others. And the thing is, if you don't organize it well, what you get is enormous inequalities in access to care. So if there's not a good public system, not a good social insurance system, some people can afford to buy care service on the market, others cannot. Also, those who work in care-providing jobs will often be in super precarious conditions if you don't organize and fund this job well. And that, of course, is almost entirely women, often, but definitely not always, migrants. And these two should have working lives in which they can have care work as their profession, but also combine it with care for their own family members, something that currently is often impossible for people employed in long-term care. So I think the right to care should be an important part of any future of our social security systems.
Thank you very much. Mr. Scicluna, would like to add a couple of...
Just perhaps to react to some of those points made, but first to make the comment that I'm actually very, very pleased to see so many young people in the audience here, because there is a tendency to think about aging as being something that's about old people, but in fact it isn't. Aging actually impacts young people far more than it impacts me, because I'm pretty much there already.
They are worrying about their pensions.
Well, exactly. The way in which behavior, structure, society, economy needs to change is very much about the choices that they will make and the choices that will be made for them in some respects. I very much appreciated the fact that you mentioned care, because this is something that at the European Commission we've focused on a great deal. We adopted a strategy on care, and you mentioned several points which I will not repeat again, but one in particular is the requirement that all levels of governance are involved. I think on all of the topics that we're mentioning, but with care in particular, there aren't only, there are many local solutions, but not only. Same thing at the national level, same thing at the European level. And what we've striven for at the European level in particular is to make sure that that care that is provided is affordable, accessible, and of the highest quality. And this is extremely important, that we have this kind of a standard, even in care. Because one of the things we found in our research was the fact that, ironically enough, with care we're talking about the people we care about most, usually our parents and our children. But the actual economic value put on that care is very, very low. The people who are working in care are either not paid at all, because it's informal care, or if they're coming from the migrant background, as you mentioned, they're being paid at minimum wage at best. So I think it's very important that we also take that aspect into consideration. Okay.
Thank you. So thanks to all of you for these insights. So when we think about the toolbox of policies that we have to address the challenges posed by population aging, so an increase in immigration and an increase in fertility rates are often presented by politicians as two alternative ways to address these challenges. But can we really choose between the two? And if not, when it comes to fertility, for instance, do we have examples of policies that have succeeded in boosting fertility, in letting people have the number of children that they want, within or outside the EU, for instance?
And immigration, of course, is one of the hot topics and is thought as a potential solution. It might be difficult for proud countries like Italy with a long tradition that may feel that a flow of immigrants may threaten the beautiful identity, and of course it's not Italy, many European countries will have the same trait. However, I think one of the issues that, besides the political feasibility, an issue that is often overlooked is that migration is both ways. I mean, you look at that some of the aging societies, and I may have a bias because I'm an economist, and Italian economies are very prevalent in top departments in the US and the UK and other parts in the world. And that's just a reflection of the other side of the coin that is often not talked about, is that aging societies may be also subject to brain drain. And if there is a brain drain, not only you are having few children, but some of the best of the children are leaving and going to contribute elsewhere, which is going to make de facto a problem even bigger. Now, from the point of view of an economist, how to do with this? Because if, on the one hand, you may want to adjust the constraints or the resources, that may lead to disincentives of the brightest and more productive and more ambitious of the natives to stay in the country. So I think that's an important margin, so I will start with the reverse order. Professor Van Hooren.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so in terms of fertility, that's really not my area of expertise, but I think what you really see is that it's so many factors coming together, right? So for people to make a decision to get a child, for young people, they often will wait for some kind of secure financial position, secure employment, but there also need to be good leave arrangements for when you have a secure employment position. There need to be good childcare facilities, and I think in many countries, increasingly, a great emergency is the lack of good housing. But I wanted to say a little bit more about immigration, because in elderly care and long-term care, you see, of course, that migrant workers are forming a big part of the workforce, not to the same extent in all countries, but in a country that we are here, Italy, but also Germany, Austria. I think by now you can pretty much say that the long-term care system really entirely relies on migrant workers. Very many of them coming from Central and Eastern Europe, so from Poland, from Slovakia, also from Ukraine. And these are very convenient. This is a very convenient solution for the receiving countries, at least for the short run, but I think in the longer run they are also very problematic. And that is for two reasons, at least, in the sense that this is basically a system built on inequality. So why do we employ migrant workers to do this work? Because native workers don't want to do it, right? So it's because of the very poor job quality in the first place. But also, there's a care drain, and I want to push back a little bit on the best of the children leaving, in the sense that I think care workers are, just as important, and country like Poland, Slovakia, Ukraine, so many people are leaving to work elsewhere, and care work is a huge part of that. And it results in a care gap in these sending countries. Not only do these care workers, can they not care for their own children and for their own elderly relatives, but they can also not work in the care provision in these sending countries. So I think inherently migration, it runs into all these problems. I wouldn't say don't do it, because I think it creates opportunities for individuals, which is also important naturally. But I do think we have to be very careful in seeing migration as a solution in long-term care.
Professor Fornero.
I thought you were going to inverse. Okay. I will go by very short sentences because of the time. I don't see that we have to see migration and fertility as alternatives. They are a complement to each other. Indeed, in Italy, we need migrant workers because we have many vacancies nowadays that Italian people do not want to fulfill. On the other side, if you look at geography and the Mediterranean Sea, and you look at the demographic changes on the other side of the Mediterranean and this side, it's simply impossible, unreal to think that they will stay there, whatever we do. And it is somehow their right to look for opportunities. So, of course, it's a European question, not just an Italian one. But Italian people should also consider that, talking of care, we solved the problem for, let's say, 12, maybe even 15 years by using very cheap work coming from Eastern Europe. They were very low paid, these women coming from Poland, Ukraine, and so on and so on. And they integrated. We knew them. We considered, well, they are quite like us. What is different? It's different that they want their children to study. They want their children to succeed. They want the same opportunity as we have. And that was a kind of very expensive education. For them, it was expensive. But it was a kind of experimental education for integration, I would say. What I consider, just for fertility, I think that in our country, fertility, it's a question of confidence in the future. The young are living a precarious life, and how can you have confidence in the future when you are really always in a very precarious situation? So we need to solve something which has deep roots in the education system, in the labor market, in the family also, the way we consider family. So it's very complex. and it's not solved by giving some tax incentive.
I can follow up on,
of course.
On this. I mean, I'm going to be a little bit more direct with respect to your question, and I think that there is very little evidence to suggest that policies actually work in terms of increasing the fertility. At least I'm not really aware of any policies that really has had a big impact on that. But I also think that if the issue is about somehow resolving the aging issue and the issue about sustainability of the social security and pensions and so on, fertility is just not a policy lever any longer. I mean, that train left 30 years ago. So even if you manage to next year to increase the fertility rate to 2.1, it's still going to take 25 years before those kids are productive. So I'm not saying that increasing the fertility is a bad, that's a good thing. Many would argue, but for sure it's not really the policy lever. If we had done it 30 years ago, maybe, but now it's. I think that essentially the consensus among us who study aging is that there is no silver bullet to sort out the. There is fertility, sure, in the very long term. There's migration. There is working longer, and then of course with technological change as well. Through innovation, through increased productivity, and so on. So all of those four really needs to be thought about in order to move ahead.
Okay. Do you want to close?
Yes. Perhaps one other point, because I agree very much with what's been said, especially the point that there is no real evidence that policies can help, and at the same time that governing institutions should not interfere in personal choices of this nature. Of course, if people are choosing not to have children for social or economic reasons, then we need to do something about it. But that's a different story altogether. But one element concerning migration, because sometimes it's like we seem to get the impression that migration is something that started recently. But in reality, Europe has been a continent of migration, both outward and inward forever. So I think we also need to bear in mind this kind of the dynamism that immigration and migration brings with it. But there's also another element, which is that which I think we don't pay enough attention to, that by attracting migration, and I think it's a good thing that we do and that we can do this, we are also depleting resources in the countries of origin. And very often it is the best and the brightest who are moving. And in many of these same countries, for example, I see this at the European level, we have partnerships and we have programs where we're trying to help with economic development. But at the same time, we're stealing their best brains. So we really need to do something about circular migration, about more, rather than bringing people over and educating them. Perhaps in Europe, we should invest more in education in the countries of origin. And in fact, one of the initiatives adopted by the Commission last year does actually deal with this in particular. And I think we need to give more attention to that as well.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
We are running against a little bit time, but we have, I think, we can squeeze one last question. So
yeah, I think exactly before our Q&A session, I think we can cover also like the potential effects that population aging can have on political institutions and on inequalities within our societies in terms of affecting some groups more than others. And here, for instance, we have in mind young people, we have in mind women. So starting with young people, the question is, do you think that we are facing the risk of young people counting less and less in the political debate, even, let's say, a median voter who is getting older and older? And I don't know what you think about it, but can we already think of examples that have happened of this phenomenon? For instance, if you look at the Brexit referendum, can we see this as a first example of this phenomenon? So an outcome that was mostly decided by old people, but with consequences affecting mostly the young people.
And the reorganization of the labor, as we were saying, affects everything, affects the sustainability of the system, affects the organization of families, and in particular issues of gender, where, as mentioned, the issues of care are more and more relevant, and especially in societies where you have just few children to take care of multiple older members of the family, the burden will likely be falling on the shoulders of women, which also will come at the large cost in terms of productivity. If some of these highly productive, I'm not saying better, highly productive members have to leave the labor force to take care of the children. So those are issues that I think would be very important to take into account. So I will, I said that reverse order and I randomized, so I think I have not started with you, Professor Osman. So
but I see here that we are
let's
much out of time.
Let's think of 1 minute.
We'll be super quick. Clearly aging, when you look at the age structure of a population, obviously it shifts the age structure of the electorate as well. Given that you have, because of the political cycles, that is a worry, that politicians will cater for, you said it, median voter. So that is an issue. An example, well, you know, we took the Brexit vote, we reweighted the outcome by remaining life expectancy of the voters. And so if you did it that way, and you could, some would argue that that's fair, you know, young people have a longer time living in that society. If you did that reweighting, then the result of the Brexit would be to stay in the, so, you know, this is just a quite dramatic example that it does matter to some extent.
Very quickly, there are many examples of policies that are somehow alimenting the generational conflict. And in some country, this is testimonied by the huge debt, public debt. Because public debt can be a good thing, but if you have too much of debt, that is a burden on future generations. And it's not by chance that the debt is there, it is because of political choices. So in my opinion, I'm afraid to say that Italy is a country where the generational conflict is not exploded, luckily, but it has already produced many costs. We have 6 million people living abroad. Most of them, the large majority, are workers. So this means that by taking away opportunities from the young, we have somehow pushed them out of the country in search for opportunities. And this is a heavy cost for the country. Luckily, we have learned something from Brexit, and so nobody in this country, no politician in this country, talk about Italy exit, or at least a few, well, okay, very superficial people. In any case, they still look at Europe in an unfriendly way. And this, to me, is very wrong. So my suggestion for the young is go and vote and search very well who you are to vote, because it's very important voting in these elections. They are important for you much more than for me, but I am very much pro-European. Sorry for this electoral speech, but I believe it's important, because they have the wrong message in many instances.
Professor Hooren?
My remark nicely follows up on this point. So colleagues of mine at the University of Amsterdam, specifically Sarah de Lange, has been calling for a decrease of the voting age to 16, arguing that that has two advantages, because it socializes younger people into voting at a time when they're still in school, so they can also be still easily reached. And it also very directly just enhances the representation, the descriptive representation of younger people in politics. Now, I will be very brief about the other part in terms of care penalties and how maybe especially women will carry that weight. I would like to emphasize that there's actually also a lot of men that do long-term care, that provide care to their parents, for example, but it is true that women are overrepresented, and I think it only goes back to the point that I made at the beginning, that we need the right to care, both to do that alongside your working career and to provide access to people who need care.
Okay.
Two very quick points. First, to respond to what was said, that at these elections, Belgium, Germany, Austria, and Malta will have voting for 16-year-olds and Greece for 17-year-olds. So that's already a start. And the second point is that I work for the Vice President of the European Commission for democracy and demography. It's not a coincidence, because the health of our democracy depends a great deal on what is happening in our demographic change.
Very good.
Well, thank you all very much for your presentations. I guess now we can open up the floor for questions, answers, or comments. So I guess.
Thank you very much for this great debate. And I have a question.
You can present yourself.
Yes, of course, sorry. I'm Jacopo Cameo of Florence School of Regulation here at the UI. And my question is more about politics than demography, but aging definitely matters in this case. Like China, India, Russia, the United States, but also other countries relevant in terms of geopolitics like Turkey, Israel, Iran, all of them are led by men older than 70 years old. Do you have any comment or interpretation about this fact? Thank you.
It's a desolate situation.
Fortunately, in Europe, we have a few examples of younger leaders, women leaders, so perhaps that could be one of the models for the future.
But it's a choice, it's the electorate choice that they somehow, well, there are parties, of course, and the choices of the parties somehow direct the vote. And if you have to choose, for example, between Biden and Trump, this is something that you have to. Again, it's a reflection, I believe, of the fact that, well, the young generation are digitalized somehow. And this, I think, makes the way you interpret life, both personal and collective life, very different from old generation. We are lucky that we still talk to the young people because we are teaching still. And, but it's a different way of looking at the world. And so it's a defensive, let's say, tactic by the older generation, and it is somehow something like, okay, you do it, we do other things, from the part of the young. This is the way I see it. Having done a bit of politics.
Okay, so I'm Cosimo Zatti, a bachelor student at the University of Bologna, and as a 20 years old, approaching the job market in a few years still, I feel like extending more the working life of individuals may increase or the already cumbersome presence of older generations in the labor market, therefore like reducing the advancements in careers, and therefore this may have consequences regarding brain drain for a few European countries. Maybe young people would like to move to younger markets, such as the US or Asia, instead of working in the EU. Thanks.
Okay.
I can start if you want. I mean, this is a question often formulated in a slightly different version than you just did, but there is this issue here that if people are going to be made to work longer, then is it then crowding out jobs for the young? But that might look like that if you take a static perspective of how things are. And I think as both our responsibility and policymakers and so on, is that you need to think about it in a bit of a dynamic way. And the issue there then is, the issue about making people working longer is equally important in terms of maybe even changing the school system, investing in young people, raise all education so that the skill level is increasing, thereby attracting investment to create jobs. So if you think about this in a sort of a one-shot perspective, yeah, you can take that argument, but one needs to look at it. How do you change the processes, both for the labor market for the young over, let's say, 5 years, 10 years? And we have to do that. Otherwise, we are kind of making our decisions on sort of comparing the trade-off, who loses out, who gains in a one-shot game. So that I think is an important message. When I say needs to invest in young people, what does that really mean? Well, you have to raise all boats, so to speak. It's not only about helping the talents, you also need to help those who are not the talent. You know, everyone needs to go up, and then you hope there is going to be more investment and more jobs coming along.
Mr. Scicluna?
I also think that it's also about how we look at the life cycle needs to change. So I don't think we're necessarily advocating for people to work longer in aggregate, but the way that the working life evolves needs to be planned differently, or at least people need to have the opportunity to do it differently. So education doesn't only come, isn't front-loaded only primarily at the beginning of life. Education should be something that is at periodic intervals. Care breaks, for example. People should be able to take 2-3 years to do other things, possibly look after children or parents or other members of their family, but to be compensated somehow for that in the same way that people get a pension later on. So we just need to think of adapting ways in a different manner. Also, you mentioned brain drain, and I'm sure you're referring to brain drain of the young. But at the moment in Europe, I would argue that the greatest source of brain drain is people who are retiring too early. People who would wish to work longer, who could be productive for longer, and who don't, and who cannot rather than don't. Because in Europe, we have generally mandatory retirement ages. We need to have more flexibility there. People who want to retire should be able to. Nobody should be forced to continue. But at the same time, in certain activities, people should have the opportunity possibly to have more flexible arrangements as well. That instead of working the regular week, working in a more flexible and in a different manner. But we need to think of all these solutions as well.
You want to take a last word on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that it's, of course, at the same time, there's labor shortages in so many countries, right? Sectors like childcare, elderly care, education, like finding good teachers. And I think your comment really reinforces the point that we need to create good jobs in these sectors where we really need people to make sure that that kind of employment is also attractive for a very large group of workers.
Okay, thank you very much. There were a couple of other...
Yes. Valeria Farjan, University of Florence. I want to give you my personal experience. On the basis of a project financed by the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, it's a project, university and high school. Over the last 2 months, I met 490 students from the last 2 years in high school. And unfortunately, what I have to tell you is that no one knew anything about the European Union. This is what I experienced over the last 2 months. So my point is, how the hell do we get the young people involved? And not only on the basis of this, now I am going around promoting sort of debates. Even yesterday evening, I was at one, and the title is L'Unione Europea questa sconosciuta. That is the European Union totally unknown. I think we should be aware of this fact. And yesterday evening and last week when I had this kind of debate, I had only one young person yesterday, actually two, and one because the mother brought the kid, the son, and the mother wanted him to try and listen to what the European Union is doing. So unfortunately, my point is, how do we get the young people involved?
Okay, and I want to retake this question and leave it to the floor, because I think a key part of all these topics is how to communicate the issues to the young people, the part that will have more at stake, actually. And I think there is a serious gap, and your question is how to communicate the different trade-offs that the society faces, and that politically can be more feasible to put the burden on the more unaware segments of the population. But to have a healthy solution to the different imbalances, the parties, the young individuals have to be involved. So that's the question: how successful, what initiatives are out there to communicate the young Italians, the young Germans, the young Spaniards to how to the issues that the country is facing that may not be hitting right now, but will be hitting 20 years later, when it might be too late for them. So I assigned for
Okay, Elsa. Well, I think talking to the young is essential. I don't want to refer to my own experience, but since I'm retired, I go very often to schools and talk to them, doing what I call financial literacy or financial education, trying to reduce the distance between knowledge of economics, a bit of knowledge, and what is the economics that impact on our everyday life. But going back to you, I think there is a positive way to look at what you said, and that is that the young already feel Europeans. They don't have to be educated to not to know Europe, but to feel Europeans. What is difficult is to make them understand how Europe works, because they know about their programs, the Erasmus, the travel programs, that it's called Know Europe, and so on and so on. What we need to do is to reduce the technicality of the communication, is to make them believe and feel that they share an inclusive view of Europe, that they are Italians, but they are Europeans at the same time, and this is not taking away anything from them, but is more, I believe this is possible. And of course, if you have, I have already seen discussion about these elections and find them too technical for the young. They have to feel that they pertain there. It's difficult, but it is possible in my view.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying is shocking, of course, the result that you find. But I want to make a point here, and that is that if you ask the same question in my home country, which is not part of the EU, I am sure 100% knows. They would answer 100% positive that they know about this. So that is to say that perhaps it's also allowed, thinking about aging and thinking about investing in the young, it must also be allowed to think a bit about, should we change a bit the schools, the school system, the curriculum, the way the content of it. I mean, it is allowed to make reforms and change, and I'm saying it because I have two kids in Italian schools myself, so I see the contrast. And I think this is something that is very rarely on the agenda in many countries, Italy included, I think. But it must be allowed to also acknowledge at that level of education, the world is changing, and the future is going to be very different from what we see today. And that does mean that you really do need to think differently and innovatively about how you're going to educate this at that level of education.
I have to say that I love and hate this question in equal measure. I love it because as a citizen I agree with you. I think that the way the European Union is projected is overcomplicated, in fact, and it isn't necessarily as complicated as it needs to be. I hate it because, obviously, to answer the question properly, I will probably have to get myself into trouble. But what I would say is, first of all, we have a panel after this where we're going to be talking about citizen engagement. And there we will be talking about some innovative solutions that we are introducing to be able to make institutions not only more relatable to citizens, but also to involve citizens in policy making. But at the same time, I think we need to bear in mind that while we tend to reduce it to an issue of communication, we also have to bear in mind that the European institutions are dealing with a media landscape, a communications landscape, which is not, there's no such thing as a European media landscape. We have several national media markets, so it's very difficult to have a single message that reaches this very wide audience. Yeah. And that's something we have to take into account. I think also we have this unfortunate situation within the European Union where the institutions and member states kind of play ping pong with one another, rather than projecting the same messages and speaking the same line. But ultimately, I think the point is the one that Elsa, if I may call, was saying, that in the same way that we can feel that we're from our town or city and from our country, then being European isn't a contradiction. It's simply an additional factor. An addition. And we need to be able to explain this better and help people appreciate it better.
Could I add very briefly that there's, to my knowledge, also an important educational gradient here, in the sense that people who are more highly or more theoretically educated know more about politics and are also more likely to vote, for example. So, and then also a lot of the European programs, like what you mentioned, like Erasmus exchange, they really benefit only a certain group of more highly educated younger people. So I think there is a big role again for education for schools. And it should be specifically like targeting, all, but specifically more like lower practical education at a younger age.
Okay, thank you very much. There is another question. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Giuseppe Ciccolini from the European Commission. My question is how this topic of aging society interacts with the one on regional inequality, as was a bit anticipated. So we know that young people tend to move to more prosperous areas, and this increases the gap between regions, and so the pace of aging is not the same across between countries and across regions. And I have this question of whether you think this is something that should be accepted, even incentivized, or whether this represents a problem that should be either stopped or can be stopped, and so we should think of measures to counterbalance it, or, as I was saying, in a more positive way, whether this is in the end a success story of the European project, where in principle, when there is a shock in a country, or in a single country, or some countries only, there will be mobility across areas, and so the economic problem will be solved in the end. Thank you.
Perhaps. This was something that we've been trying to tackle in the last few years at the Commission, in fact. And the phenomenon of depopulation in certain regions and brain drain means that there are disparities and that some of these disparities are becoming even more acute between one region and another, between member states, but also within certain member states where you have these disparities happening. And we wanted to address this in a policy document without in any way putting in doubt the freedom of movement, which is a fundamental pillar of the single market and of the European Union. And what we did was we identified regions which are either in or at risk of falling in what we call the talent development trap. And we came forward with a document which is called Harnessing Talent in the EU's Regions. And there we not only identified the regions, but we also launched what we call a talent booster mechanism, where existing financing, including cohesion funds, but also others, are being, in a way, being retargeted to help these regions to be able to look for further initiatives and further opportunities to reverse this trend of losing the best talent that they have. Because very often, and this is actually quite problematic, you have some, we think of the classic situation of rural areas and villages that are losing population, and that is a problem that needs to be addressed in a particular way. But you also have medium-sized towns, very often towns that have a university, that have certain services. And they are, there's an investment in training and educating young people, but then those young people promptly leave and go somewhere else. So there is very little return on the investment being made. So we want to try to help
in the short run.
Yes,
in the short run.
So we want to try to help these regions and these towns and areas to be able to look for new economic opportunities so that they can at least try to retain some of that talent and, where possible, attract new talent themselves.
Okay. Professor Bangur.
Thank you. I'd love to respond to that. Thank you for the very good question. I think this regional inequality is such an important topic. And then I come back again, because it's my area of expertise, to care. But care is very much a national, organized at the national level. And so, for example, when I read the European Care Strategy, which came out 2 years ago and was really quite revolutionary in the sense that for the first time the EU is really talking and caring about care, but it didn't say anything about exactly this topic, this care drain from the east to the west. And so I would be so curious to hear whether there's anything going on in terms of cohesion funds, targeting, I don't know what, to address that problem. And to my knowledge, there is not. And I think that should really be, that could really also be something that the EU should do more about.
I just want to say something about Italy, because you know that this is a huge problem in Italy. And it is true that we have had in the past some convergence in the main economic indicators between the north and the southern part of Italy. But since 30 years, I would say something like that, the divergence has increased again. And of course, it's true that not only the young are living from southern regions, also from northern regions, but they go because they see better opportunities. Somehow, in southern Italy, they don't see any opportunity in their region. And this is a tragedy. And you know that our south is one of the poorest regions in Europe. So what I know is that the way to increase the division is not the one to take. And unfortunately, we have now a prospect to reform, which in my view is going to increase the separation, because we need, you said the word, investment. Investing in people. Why is it that southern people have to come up north to have operations, to have care, because they don't have enough health hospitals and facilities. They have long queue. Why is this a necessity? No, it's a question of lack of investment. When I was a minister, I had to deal with the cohesion funds not being spent or being spent very ineffectively. Again, is this a necessity? No. It has to do with bad producers, lack of controls, little investment in educating the people and making them to participate in social life, because they feel they are abandoned. They feel they can live out of subsidies, and this is absolutely wrong. So it's a long way, but it can be done. It can be done. Certainly, and I want to stress this, going towards this differentiated autonomy is not, in my view, the way to go.
Thank you very much. Is there any? Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Bruni Roccia. I work for the European Investment Bank, and I'm responsible of the relation with academia in general. As an old dinosaur bureaucrat, my biggest worry is populism. When we talk about communication and so on. Right-wing and left-wing populism alike. Medicine is teaching us that the frontal cortex, the rational part of the brain controlling amygdala, the emotional part of the brain, is completely developed only between 25 to 28 years old of a person. At 16, amygdala is completely dominating the brain. That is not an opinion, that is science. Don't you think, or there are studies telling us how amygdala dominating brains will vote and how will incentivize right-wing or left-wing populism, extremist decisions, extremist parties in a possible election? Thank you.
I leave whoever wants to take it first.
Yeah, I will, though. Again, I'm definitely not a specialist. I wish my colleague was here. What I have understood from her is that indeed younger people come to their voting decisions in different ways, but in the end also make very rational, calculative decisions when it comes to what they vote for. So this idea that it would be just rash emotions, she finds that that is actually not true. It is true that younger people tend to vote a little bit more for the outsiders and less for the insiders, but then on both parts of the spectrum. So from her point of, and then again, you know, they are our future, right? So that their voices at that point are also represented in our political system. I think we should not be afraid of that. I think we should embrace that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting point and question. I beg to, you know, there are examples that goes the other way, right? You know, coming back to the Brexit, for instance, you know, you kind of, at least empirically, it doesn't seem to be always the case that, you know, just because you are young, you are voting more according to your emotions as opposed to, sorry. Yeah.
But in reality, from a biological point of view, there are two groups, not defined one day to another, of course. Two groups overlap. The one from 0 to 20, 25, 28, and the one from 20, 25 to 35. So what is interesting, would be interesting to understand scientifically, is a deep analysis the cut, what the cut of population 16 to 18, what the cut of population 18 to 20, 20 to 25, and to understand whether they are the one manipulated by the leader, maybe all dinosaurs, of right-wing or left-wing parties who are creating so many
tensions, I think useless tensions.
Okay. Actually, in terms of the communication to the younger people, I think one part that has been missing is how to engage the leaders of the young, the people that actually can communicate. I have an 18-year-old and a 12-year-old, and I know that I'm completely incapable of influence. But I can see that they can be very easy to influence by their peers. But so the question is how to look for the leadership of the peers. And I don't know whether there is some initiative to start engaging the future leaders of younger cohorts. Given, okay, there is another question. I was going to take a vacuum. But.
Thank you. I'm 87, and I'm a migrant to Italy from America and England. I would not be able to live in either of those two places with my Social Security. It's $12,000 a year because I took early retirement. I came to Florence, and I look after the English cemetery, which was abandoned, but it's a splendid document of migratory history here, of the rich and the poor who came to Florence at the time of the Risorgimento. The Roma came and asked if they could help me. This is Europe's largest, poorest minority who were enslaved longer than were Africans in the Americas, and then in the Holocaust. I found that almost all of them were even unable to write their names, and this was a shock to me as a European citizen, that we have European citizens who are kept illiterate. I taught them the alphabet, and now 65 children, women, and men read and write. The women would beg with their children, and then the law was that if they did so, they would be imprisoned, and the children put into care and forbidden their languages, their culture, their families. So we did an underground railroad. If the baby was born here, we got him out of Italy as quickly as possible with the documents to be raised by the grandmothers. But we didn't feel that was the best system. So Agatha Smeralda helped me with funding to give each mother €100 stipend to stay with their babies with books in the house for the first time. And we give work to the fathers, the young fathers, who are supporting families of 4 children with about €400 a month. And they are restoring the English cemetery with great pride and sense of ownership and dignity. And they love the women also have built the bookshelves. They've got all the manual skills we need. We've become so technical that we no longer have centuries of skills. We've lost them. And I think we need the combination in our education of right and left brain, of manual and intellectual skills to get it right. What I find is that they are families, and the European law is that a family is above the state, that they have empathy and caring. They look after me. When I'm ill, they do the injections. They help me get out of bed to get to the bathroom in the night with great kindness. And I think we need to go back to these centuries of kindness, the rocking cradles for the babies so they don't yowl all night and drive their parents desperate who have to go to work in the morning. I think we need to return to families and also the beauty of these cultures, the gorgeous skirts, the stories that they tell. They've got this vast oral library of stories that you find in Apuleius, in Shakespeare, and so forth. And I just feel that Europe has become so globalized and monocultural that we need to go back to some of the old wisdom. Forgive me for saying this.
Thank you very much.
I think...
Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. It has been a tremendous pleasure. Thank you very much, Professor Aassve.
No, shall I just say that she should be a consultant to the European Commission to create the vision I was saying at the beginning, because really we need also to take our past and put in our present. So are you a poet?
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Professor Fornero. Thank you very much, Mr. Scicluna. Thank you very much, Professor von Hooren. And Edoardo, thank you. Thank you. And thanks all of you for a wonderful participation.
Okay.
But let me simply say that we have with us a fantastic panel today, and just in alphabetic order, in the most democratic way, we have Franca Faisal, who is finishing her PhD here at the UI. I did say finishing. Ingrid Godkin, who is a member of Commissioner Suica's cabinet in charge of policy and administration. And then we have Reka Estereni, who is a master's student at the Florence School of Transnational Governance, where also I teach, and I've got the great pleasure of teaching her. We have Jamie McKay, who is the project manager of the Democratic Odyssey project here at the EUI, and research associate here with us. And then Dominic Rebum, who is in his first year of PhD, so you're not quite finishing yet, Dominic.
Almost.
And last but not least, Colin Scicluna is head of cabinet of Commissioner Suica. So with such a panel, we are going to have fun and have a real, hopefully, roundtable kind of conversation, although the topic is a serious topic, because after all, here we are, European elections, when your very commissioner had mandated a survey by Eurobarometer very recently, which showed that more than half of EU citizens don't really think, they're not happy with their democracy, with democracy in Europe. These numbers are difficult, and they're especially high with young people. And indeed, we are seeing a Europe which is full of an electorate which is questioning the benefits of the EU and questioning its democratic credentials. And yet we also know that your commissioner and the Commission and EU institutions in general in the last 5 years have done a lot. And we want to hear what has happened, because part of your problem is that it's not always very well known by the citizens out there to whom it is directed. So today, yes, this panel is called a progress report, and we want to hear what Ingrid and Colin can tell us about what they believe they have achieved, but also what our roundtable members assess when they look at this legacy. We've had a democracy action plan, a democracy package, we've got various regulations, so we have text out there, but we also have practice. And indeed, here at EUI, we had the Conference on the Future of Europe coming to meet right here more than 2 years ago already, followed by panels, which both of you took great part in helping to put together with the Commission. We've had a record on European Citizens Initiative. We've had democracy in Europe. But we can ask, how does that relate to what happens in member states? Is this really democracy or more of the same? And does it really make a difference in Europe? What kind of obstacles have you encountered? There are many questions that we want to ask you. And then after a first part of our conversation to look at this record and this legacy, we want to spend a bit of time in the future, looking ahead. After all, in 2 weeks' time, we have the EU Parliament elections, and to try to tell ourselves what would we want to see more of or less of in the next 5 years. So without further ado, I would like to first turn to Colin, and ask you, how has it been in the last 5 years? What do you want to single out as what you believe is the greatest achievement of yourself, of your commissioner and the Commission on bolstering democracy in the EU?
So first of all, thank you very much, Calypso. Thank you very much, EUI, and all of you for being here. The first thing I would say is that whatever we have done, and I think we have done a great deal, but I'll come to that in a second, it's never enough. And the reason for that is that, first of all, democracy is not a static thing. Democracy is something that needs to evolve, needs to be nurtured. And left to its own devices, it will not deliver the kinds of results that it should be. And that's in part the reason why I think many people feel dissatisfied with democracy. And what we have tried to do during these 4.5, 5 years is to address where we can revitalize democracy. So we've done quite a lot about how elections can be more robust and how elections can be more accessible to voters. We've done a lot about the way in which the political discourse takes place. So we've done quite a lot of work on disinformation, on misinformation, on foreign interference in the electoral processes and in the political debates in our member states. But I think I would certainly single out as the most important element is that I think in a way we've tried to open the doors of our institutions. We've tried to open the doors of the way institutions are perceived by citizens. And that's something that takes time to deliver results. So I'm not sure that people are necessarily aware of all of these, the things that we've done, but it's very important that we continue spreading the word in an opportunity like this one. You mentioned the conference on the future of Europe, and the conference was, there were many, many things that I'm very proud of and pleased of with the conference, but there's one very big disappointment, and that is that not enough people know that it existed in the first place, and not enough people know what it was all about and what it has delivered. And that has to do with how we've communicated and how receptive media has been to an exercise of this nature. On the other hand, it has given rise to an even deeper commitment towards citizen engagement. We've had a number of citizens panels over the last year and a half, which have opened up towards a whole new audience of people who had very little knowledge of what the European Union was about and who now consider themselves to be, I'd say, ambassadors on the ground and are speaking about how the EU works and about the opportunity that they've been given. We started out on some pretty technical topics like food waste and energy efficiency, but just this weekend we completed something which was, I think, a pretty unique exercise because we had a citizens panel on how to tackle hatred in our society. And this was, a lot of people are afraid of tackling a topic like this because it's very difficult to predict the outcome. It's very difficult to predict how people are going to react to that. Are people going to only talk about something that's distant from themselves, or are they going to acknowledge that they themselves are part of this problem? At the same time, we want to be sure that we don't have a kind of a European level therapy session, but that this would be an actual policy discussion on how to tackle hatred. The very fact that we tackle a topic like this shows that we're prepared to be courageous, to be bold, and to really, in a way, take steps into the unknown, which, quite frankly, an organization like the European Commission is not renowned for. And I think it needs to be acknowledged that this was an opportunity, an occasion where the Commission has really taken some bold steps. I'll leave it at that for now, but I'll be very, very happy to say more.
And indeed, this point you just made, that there's a political sociology to these stories of democratizing supranational institutions like the EU in Brussels, there is resistance, and hopefully we will come back to this theme when we think about our second part on looking to the future. But right now, on the legacy, Franca, I'd like to turn to you. Colin spoke about we open doors. You've opened doors at the UI. You've been working for years now at bringing democracy in this place and to the broader Florentine, constituencies. Do you feel, is it the case that the EU institutions have opened doors? How do you assess this legacy that Colin has put forth?
That's an interesting question, Calypso. I would say that definitely the EU and the Commission in particular have opened doors there, and I think from the Conference on the Future of Europe and seeing the legacy also with the European Citizens Panels, there is something happening, and I'm glad to begin with to see that the participatory momentum sort of was not lost with the Conference on the Future of Europe, but that these mechanisms of citizen participation seem to be there to stay. I mean, at least I hope so, maybe also for the future session it's to be discussed, like how the next Commission is going to look like and how to ensure that that legacy continues. And I think another positive development also that you mentioned is that it went from, at least as regards the European Citizens Panels, from very technical topics in the beginning, which, to be fair, observing this topic choice from the democratic point of view, I was not the biggest fan of, in the sense that I think those topics do not necessarily lend themselves to the kind of discussions and fundamental contestation that democracy is about amongst European citizens, and that's the kind of democratic discourse that I think we need to foster. But I think the recent panel on hatred is, or on countering hatred rather, is a very good step in that regard. However, when it comes to opening up the debate, also looking at that, I'm not quite sure whether we're there yet, because also I've observed the panel a little bit, and also that it was accompanied by an online platform, which of course, just also given the EU being what it is, and it's being this large space where involving citizens from various countries and various languages requires relying on digital means, but it does not quite seem to take off, right? The engagement with the online platform was really, really minor in the case of the Countering Hatred panel. So I'm wondering how more bold and more innovative steps that, in my view, need to be still taken, how that could be done and how you assess that.
Difficult question. In a way, are we moving from a logic of consultation, which the EU has done for many, many years, to a logic really of democratic empowerment? Is this happening? Dominic, what would you say to that? What's your question on the legacy?
Yeah, maybe I can link it to a bit of a different topic as well, because I do share very much, you talked about the importance of disinformation and foreign interference and what the Commission has done there. And of course, there is a big legacy from, well, the recent European Democracy Action Plan, then coming to the Defense of Democracy package. We have the AI Act and several, like the DSA, several initiatives. But of course, because we talked about the Eurobarometer before, there is kind of this misleading fake news that is out there, which is a problem, of course. But there's also a growing distrust and skepticism toward democratic institutions at the moment. And for the recent poll, that was also 32%, just following the fake news idea. So I think there's also a dimension where we have to speak to the internal and not only focusing on the external of our European democracy. And the recent two cases of the Voice of Europe scandal and also Maximilian Krah and cases of Russian and Chinese interference show that you have to find actors that want to cooperate, which brings me to the broader point perhaps that I want to make, that after the Qatargate scandal, a lot of things have been done, indeed. The European Parliament has revised its ethics regime, and there's ruled MEPs must now declare meetings with lobbyists. They must list their assets at the beginning of the transparency, at the beginning of the term, and hand over expenses and gifts, and they cannot have side jobs about 5,000 euros. However, there is still
missing a proper ethics oversight body that is not there. And each institution at the moment has its different ethical framework, which is quite fragmented. I know that the Commission has proposed an idea of an interinstitutional ethics, but it's still ethics body, but it's still missing tooth. So I think one of the things to go about, of also this transparency that we talked about in the institutions, opening the doors, would be to re-establish trust by having clear oversight for all the EU institutions. And I think that relates to a lot of questions about transparency and how the EU is accessible for the institutions. So I would encourage you to do a bit more on this, because these two dimensions are not only external or not only internal, but they play together very much.
And that's a really important point, Ingrid, that this connection between the external defensive, and we use the term democratic resilience, this has become a big term. In fact, in this SOU conference, we speak about resilience in all sorts of ways, you know, AI and climate and all of that. But frankly, in terms of democracy, democratic resilience, yes, it's important, but isn't there a tension with the internal bolstering of civil society, empowering civil society organizations, etc. And so there is this tension between asking everyone to account, because it might be external interference, and the freedom of these organizations. But I think you've heard a number of points raised by Franca and Dominique regarding already and the digital platform. Yes, a wonderful hatred panel, but who, again, knew about it and who's contributed to the digital platform? And how about the scandals that are with us, again, in these elections and the ethics body we're still waiting for? Ingrid, a lot on your plate still, after all these years of making huge efforts, because clearly you have gone a long way. I think this is important to say at this moment in this panel.
I think what's important is I want to refer to the point that Colin has kind of made already. When we look at the concept of democracy, it is not something that's static. It is something itself that evolves. It is, by its very nature, in many ways, innovative. And so I think really it's extremely important that we focus on how we can innovate in democracy, why we should innovate, where we can innovate, and that's all part, I think, of opening up the institutions as well, that they can have that courage to innovate, to open, and to go forward. And I think in that sense, the Conference on the Future of Europe helped to break open the doors in many sense. It doesn't mean that the doors were fully closed initially. We did have citizen dialogues, for example, beforehand, but there was a key part missing in these citizen dialogues, and that was the feedback. Commissioners would go out to the various member states, they would have their conversations with citizens, and then what next? You know, there was no follow-up. Whereas with the Conference on the Future of Europe and the European citizen panels that we've been hosting, we have really focused, and in fact, in her very first speech at the European Parliament, the Vice President placed immediate emphasis on follow-up and feedback as a result of these deliberative and participative processes. And while I think, you know, you can perhaps say that those were not robust enough, we've certainly made a huge point of making sure that we did follow up. We have held events. We are in regular contact with citizens with any questions they wish to have. We have, for example, when it comes, let's say, to embedding these practices, and that's also a question I think that's very nice also for the future that Franco mentioned. We have embedded them in the policy-making process of the institution if you look at the Commission work program. So, you know, this is quite a historical moment in that sense, that for the first time ever, the Commission programme, the last two, have been based on the proposals that have come out of the conference on the future of Europe. So this is something that that is extremely important. It helps us, it certainly helps myself and Colin in our work, because it gives us an opportunity to speak to colleagues across the institution, to show them the importance of the subjects that are coming up in the areas that our colleagues work, and to get them involved and for them to understand that this is not another step to add to their already heavy workload, but actually something that brings a tremendous added value and can actually help democracy deliver what is needed, where it is needed.
Colin, how hard is it to convince all of these colleagues in the Commission of the virtues of opening the doors, as you both say? Can you tell us a bit more about the sociology of this story?
Yeah,
your everyday life?
It's actually very, very difficult because, I mean, I understand the ambition that, you know, an audience like this would want to see, and in a way that helps us a lot. But very often we ourselves are activists within the system, because, you know, we are dealing with institutions, with, you know, civil servants, and I've been one for over 30 years. You know, we're not the most courageous, we're not the most innovative, we're not the most, you know. Yeah, so I can admit that as a member of the tribe. So sometimes we you know, it's important to push the limits of how we do things. We were discussing this earlier. I mean, with some of the ideas that we've put forward, I've been described as being dangerous. You know? So
can I have a hands up? How many of you think that Colin and Ingrid look dangerous?
No, I'm saying this half jokingly, but in fact, it is true that there is a resistance to changing the way in which things are done, and something like, you know, opening policy design to regular citizens who are not experts is something that does not come easily to both civil servants as well as to politicians. By the way, one of the things that surprised me the most during the Conference on the Future of Europe, when we were talking about randomly selected citizens being, you know, giving advice to the European institutions, I expected elected representatives to be hesitant because they claim we represent the citizens, so why go directly to the citizens? What I was not prepared for was the resistance we found in organized civil society. Organized civil society as well claimed that, you know, we are the ones who represent interests, you should involve us more directly, you do not need to go directly to citizens. This was not across the board, but there were many civil society activists who felt this way. So there are a lot of you know, walls that need to be broken down to open up to doing things in a different way. And in fact, there's only one way to do it, because seeing is believing, and you actually have to observe these processes. You have to see how, you know, this group of people come together. Very often they think it was a scam when they're called up to be invited to come to Brussels to participate in a panel. When they come there, they don't know anybody there. They don't know much about the topic, although many of them read up before and prepare themselves. And this, even though they're not asked to do this, they actually do it themselves. They're very worried because they can't, you know, they've never spoken in public. They speak maybe one language, maybe one other language apart from their own. And they're very comforted when we tell them there are 24 languages. You can speak in your own national language, and everything will be translated for everybody else. So, you know, these are all things that, you know, to the outside observer who hasn't actually seen it, all sound rather strange. So you have to see how this whole system, how this whole process works. But then also to see the outcome. And I always carry with me this book, because here we have the 49 proposals that came out of the Conference on the Future of Europe. And if you haven't read them, do have a look at them. Don't necessarily read all of them, but have a look at them. And I challenge anyone to find anything there that's outrageous, that's unreasonable, that's crazy. Every single one of those proposals is actually quite reasonable. And time and again, when we have had these deliberative processes, the outcome is meaningful, is something we can work with. We had an example with one of the panels on the metaverse, where colleagues who had started drafting the policy proposal already actually started again, because they found that many of the ideas that were coming out of the panel were kind of better captured what they thought should be the outcome of the policy product. So it's also very important that there is a real use put that these proposals are put to. So the feedback, as Ingrid mentioned, where we need to tell people what we've done with their proposals, but sometimes we also need to explain why we've not done certain things, and people are perfectly happy to accept that as well. And
there might be, in a moment, questions from the audience that state exactly these questions, but I would like to, well, Jamie, I'm not going to ask you how it feels to be sitting in between two dangerous activists right now. But I mean, indeed, moving to the future then, from hearing about the potentials, but also the pitfalls, the resistance, and the resistance that doesn't always come from where we might expect it, but we know that democracy is always about struggles for power, from the most vulnerable, the least powerful, to the powerful, and the powerful don't want to give up power, but those who have a bit of power, maybe civil society, might not either, or might feel threatened. And we also know that some European parliamentarians don't necessarily think that these citizens' involvement are appropriate given that they represent citizens. So power is there in any story about democracy. So Jamie, where do you see this going? What are the potentials and the pitfalls?
Thank you, Calypso. One way I think I'd like to reinterpret that question is to bring a sort of the elephant in the room to the table to some degree, which is a word which I would call protest, right? We talk a lot about civil society. Civil society is, an organized civil society is mentioned a lot within the Defense of Democracy package, for example, regulations that I largely agree with. Democracy is in flux, democracy is changing. And this period that we're living in, certainly in the past 3 to 4 years since the pandemic, we've seen an increase, certainly in the frequency and to a certain degree, the politicization of protest in the broader European public sphere. We could think, for example, about the climate protests and the environment, certain mobilizations about violence against women and gender-based violence. Of course, there is the question around Gaza. There have been the agricultural protests. So I think that this larger context that we're kind of operating within to some extent changes the meaning and the urgency of what the citizens' panels are doing. When we look back at the Defense of Democracy package, we see a lot of very important welcome measures about bolstering and reinforcing the integrity of the elections, protecting the elections from foreign interference. Also the rule of law, which of course is extremely important in the context that we're operating within. But of course the right to protest, the right to democratic expression, which is itself a form of citizen participation, is at risk in many of the member states and to a certain extent across the EU as a whole. And to some degree, I suppose I have an open question around the way in which these panels, that to this point it's been great to hear Colin giving this account of how they've evolved as policy-making tools. How do they fit within this larger sense of threat or transformational risk to the EU in this current moment? This, I think, is something that I would like to hear more about how it seems and appears from within the Commission. Because, of course, democratic innovation can itself be one of the strongest forms of creating a resilient structure for democracy. So I'd like to kind of end there and hear any perspectives about how this larger context of political unrest, actually the changing status of larger politicization of issues, impacts within the process of trying to create this culture of deliberation slowly within the Commission structures.
Ingrid, would you like to start addressing?
Yes, I mean, when it comes to the Conference on the Future of Europe and the European Citizen Panels, I think there's one character of these fora that I find we don't promote enough, and I think that's the evolution that takes place, the behavioral change that happens, the education that happens right from the very beginning of the process. So having watched a number of these take place already and spoken to a lot of citizens, you can see, as Colin already mentioned, some of them come, they initially think it's a scam. I've spoken to citizens who said, oh yes, my friend said I was really lucky to go on a jolly to Strasbourg and have it paid for free by the elites in Brussels. Okay, and then they realized they had to come and work. They had to come and learn. They had to discover more about themselves. They had to discover more about other people. They really had to get into this frame and this culture of deliberation. And I think that is something that is a powerful tool to help address issues where there is political unrest, where people want to protest. I think it's a vent, if you like, that can help take the heat off that and give a place where people can feel they can contribute constructively. Now, I'm not saying that protest is not constructive. I'm saying they can...
but sometimes they destroy, but maybe for their good reasons.
They do indeed. So I think in that sense, deliberative processes are incredibly valuable. for example, when you know, you're involved in policy making, there's always trade-offs involved. Citizens are not always aware of what those trade-offs are. Citizens, when they first came to the conference, they were unaware of how the three key institutions worked together. They thought we worked like this, almost like the Common Secretariat all the time, but that's not the case. And they learned a lot about themselves. And actually, what was really nice to see was the more they learned, the more they wanted to learn. So I think that was also valuable.
So you achieved clearly a very fascinating and important result in these consultations, in these panels. We are still kind of wondering to what extent then in societies that are in flux, where people feel left behind or not addressed by the institutions, and giving panels that are small and that have a problem reaching out, how do we connect the energy, the democratic energy of protest with this much more controlled setting that are panels? These are different worlds. Are they ever going to touch each other? So maybe Rekha, and from the point of view of, you know, Gen Z, I think you're all more or less Gen Z, but Jamie, you're at the edge. And you've had a lot of experience organizing youth movements with the Council of Europe and others before coming here to study in the master. So perhaps you can comment from that point of view of youth organizations that are present in all of these different spaces. So what do you make of what has happened in the EU in the last 5 years on bolstering democracy from that viewpoint?
You know, I really like this comment in the morning when it was asked, where are the young people? Oh, they are behind the doors, they are far away. And I think that's always true. And that's a very big problem that the EU has. For example, I take this data from the European Youth Forum. Did you know that there are as many MEPs called Martin as those under 30? We have 6 MEPs in the European Parliament who are under 30. The youth population is 17 in the EU. Half of the world is young, and the parliamentarians, less than 3%, are under 30. Why? Why do young people feel that they are not represented by the institutions? Why are they not there? I think it has much to do with the crisis, the constant crisis that we have. It's very difficult to find a job. Many young people are forced to do unpaid internships, which just deepens the gap. And I would like to hear the comment on what the Commission is doing, for example, to ban unpaid internships. Many young people face housing crisis. And we also have to understand that we have this prejudice that the youth are not politically engaged. That's not true. They are less likely to vote, but they are very much engaged on the ground in transnational protests. We have seen the Fridays for Future, and this very much ties into that they don't see themselves represented and they don't feel that decision makers listen to them. So I really think that we have to rethink how we communicate. EU institutions really have to be more in touch with people. I mean, most people don't get excited when they hear the ordinary legislative procedure. We have to be, I mean, if you get excited, then you have a problem, you know. We have to be on the platforms where young people are. Half of young people are on TikTok, and we know that the far right is very popular there. So instead of complaining that this generation uses these platforms, I think we have to use these platforms. We have to understand it. And most importantly, this has to be a two-way communication. Young people don't want to listen to long speeches. They want to ask questions, and they want answers to those questions.
And indeed, not only the young people, but also the young people in the room will get to ask questions in a minute. But I want to spend another last few minutes then looking a bit more indeed to the future. So what is to be done? And Rekha, you were talking about the fact that young people tend to vote much less in elections, including the European Parliament elections in 2 weeks' time. They also have a really hard time being candidates. I've heard a lot of, you know, all the obstacle course. So perhaps we can kind of ask, you know, if we had the ideal next commission, we can try to predict what will happen, but that's very hard. Nothing harder to predict than the future. So what do we wish for the future? What are the next steps? I mean, for Colin and Ingrid, really, what have you not achieved yet that you would want to push in the next few years? But perhaps we can, before we turn back to you, ask very quickly from the roundtable, you know, what questions would you want to ask or statement you want to make about where we're going from here? Dominic or Franca?
Do you want?
From my point of view, given that I'm researching in particular and working on the defense of democracy, the EU as an actor in defending democracy, which of course goes hand in hand with bolstering, something that I'm always most concerned with is the question of how can the EU defend democracy whilst remaining true to its own principles, or to that principle. And with regard to that, I do see some challenges. Also, when it comes to the implementation of laws that have been proposed by this commission, like the Defense of Democracy package, and in particular, the Foreign Funding Directive, because for that directive to have the desired effect of defending democracy, apart from the fact that the track record of these so-called foreign funding or sometimes foreign agent laws is generally controversial, but for the intended effect of defending democracy, the EU is dependent at the member state level on a democratically oriented legislator in the member states or an administration that does not exploit the leeway, actually a lot of leeway that this directive offers in implementation, and it's dependent on an independent judiciary for ensuring the safeguards actually work in these instruments. And these conditions are not given in all member states. And I'm not talking about the so-called usual suspects when it comes to democratic backsliding. So I think the danger is how to ensure that the instruments conceived for defending democracy do not have the actual, the potential opposite effect. And I think these days, something very topical, perhaps that can serve as a good critical mirror for that, is the discourse around the so-called foreign agent law in Georgia, where this is producing a lot of outcries and indignation around Europe, and also the Commission has come forward criticizing this law. And obviously there are differences, right, with regard to the Foreign Funding Directive as proposed by this Commission, and that the Georgian law is more straightforwardly abusive. But the underlying logic of foreign equals potentially evil or potentially undemocratic is the same at the core of it. And I think the case of Georgia and the debate about that right now shows the inherent arbitrariness of sort of framing threats to democracy in terms of geographic provenance. And I wonder, for instance, if the EU wants to take this approach of defending democracy and remaining true to its own principles, why not a general lobby register? Because this is negotiations that are coming up right now, given that the Defense of Democracy package and the Foreign Funding Directive is on the table. And I know that there are some parts of the European Parliament that would want to push for that, that would rather want to go in the direction of a general lobby register. So I'm wondering if that's something that you think the Commission should support.
Okay, so Colin, you were nodding.
I think he was shaking his
head. Nodding negatively. So on this provocative question by Franca on how not to become Georgia, sorry if I can summarize it this way, just a provocation, please.
No, I was both nodding and shaking my head, because I think that there's been a fundamental misunderstanding of the initiative on the funding of various interests, and there have been extensive consultations with civil society, with various stakeholders about it, and I think there has been given ample information about what the background is and what the intention behind it is. And ultimately, we know that there are many examples in Europe where very well-intentioned organizations, but these were organizations which did not have a great deal of funding, over time ended up being taken hostage by interests because of insidious infiltration into these organizations. And it's not because they intended to, but it happened because some wealthy donor came along, and that donor stood at arm's length for a while, and then started getting a little bit more involved, and then wanted a seat on the board, and then started becoming more vocal about which issues to follow, and before you know it, the whole thing changes. And this is exactly what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to avoid that third countries can use interests and use organizations in the European Union against ourselves, because we know that this has happened. So it's very important, rather than seeing this as a challenge to civil society, in fact, the institutions and civil society should be working together to make sure the system works. Because if we're on opposite sides of the discussion, then we're going to hinder one another. And I know I don't want to talk too long about this, because I think that there's a lot of genuine feeling on the side of civil society. But I think it's very important to understand that what we have proposed is fundamentally different from what has just been adopted in Georgia. Perhaps going back to a couple of the other points. First of all, we've mentioned the panels and the conference quite a great deal, but in a way, this is a means to an end. So we're mentioning this as an example, because in fact, there are many, many other initiatives that we have supported over the past few years, and which in different ways are trying to foster a new openness to democracy. And in fact, I see a number of familiar faces in the audience with whom we've partnered on various initiatives over the past few years. And I think we've really looked for every opportunity to be able to do this, because, as I said at the very beginning, it can never be enough. It's important that we really foster, we really nurture this space, and that we are able to have these debates in as open a manner as possible. We know that there's still a lot of criticism about the way we tackle certain things. I know, for example, on the European Citizens Initiatives, that there are a number of people that would want us to be more structured in the way that we approach them, and quicker in the way that we act upon them. But these are all things that are in the process. It is a what's the word I'm looking for? We're in the process of improving the way that we address all of these things. One other thing I'd like to mention is that we talk about the EU, and the EU is very multifaceted. It is the Commission, of course, it is the European Parliament, but it's also the Member States. Let's not forget that. And we need to make sure that whatever is being done by the Commission and by the Parliament also finds a resonance in the way that the Member States are interacting. And not only as part of the Council, which is an institution in its own right, but also as individual Member States that are part of the European Union. The ethics body, by the way, has been set up. And 9 of the 10 institutions that were participating in the discussions have signed up to it. One of them with certain reservations. The only one that hasn't is the European Council, and the one that has signed up with certain reservations is the Council. So, this is, I would perhaps put that on the table as something that requires some attention as well.
Before I turn to the audience, I'd like to ask one more question as the chair. This panel is co-sponsored by the Cluster on Transnational Democracy of all of EUI, and I see many members of this cluster here in the room, but also by our project, the Democratic Odyssey, where indeed we took seriously one of the recommendations by the citizens which emerged in these very walls, and which was originally number 42, which is a highly symbolic number. And that was the recommendation to create a permanent ecosystem of citizen assemblies in the EU that would really make a difference to the agenda setting and decisions in the EU. Do you think, and of course, the Democratic Odyssey, which is with its theory of change, bottom up and top down, civil society on one hand and European institution, is trying to kind of make good on this request by the citizens. Can you say if you think there is any hope that on the institutional top-down side, this is will happen, this institutionalization of citizen assemblies, not just panels in Brussels, but more systematic? Maybe Ingrid, do you want to say something about that before?
I know, for example, that the European Parliament has made some positive noises to this effect, that they would like to invest more in citizen assemblies, but I think we have yet to see action on that. We've had on our side, as we said, the European citizen panels. European Parliament talks about having an assembly, But when you have an assembly, I think timing is of critical importance. When do you have it? So, for example, member states are now talking about the next strategic agenda. Is that the moment, just before that, to have a citizen assembly? Is this where we should bring in the citizens to help set the next 5 years? Or is it after the elections? Or is it next year? Or is it, I don't know, around the MFF? You know, I think the timing is a key issue as to whether this is something that can fall on fertile ground. And I think it's one thing to call for something, it's another to implement it. But I think certainly we have a good basis at the EU level that we could build on to move forward. And that in many ways, the Conference on the Future of Europe was a citizens' assembly, and it worked very well.
And we will hope that it will be institutionalized. But this question of timing is one of the many questions we're asking with Jamie and many others in the Democratic Odyssey. You will all have an occasion to come back in, but I'd like to open up for question and answer, just wanting to stress that, of course, our panelists, and including our panelists from the Commission, are not able to necessarily answer all of the questions that may be posed, but we will all do our best. So I will take a few hands, maybe a couple, 2 or 3, and then we will, yeah. So here, with the white jacket, please state your name and your institution. Louder.
I'm a student of international affairs from the Hertie School in Berlin. And I would like to ask a question building on Colin's point, which regarded the democratic expression crisis that we're facing. And I would like to point out that there is an ongoing criminalization of climate activists and environmental defenders happening around the world, but also increasingly in Europe. We're seeing public prosecutors investigating climate activists as criminal organizations, and also courts that are framing climate protest as outside of the democratic order. And this has 2 aspects. I think one side is sort of questioning how we understand freedom of assembly as a pillar of our democracy, but also the other side, that there is this appeal of to scientific neutrality when it comes to debates about the climate crisis. And there are more and more statements about how democracy cannot do enough to face climate change. And in that sense, I wanted to ask what is the perception in the EU institutions regarding this ongoing criminalization of climate activists, and also whether you think that climate change is perhaps proposing a new question, a new crisis to how we understand democracy, and whether we should open new doors to tackle it. Thank you.
We're back to some extent, Jamie's question on the interaction between protests and official institutions, especially in the context of climate and growing criminalization. Yes, the hand up here. Yes? And then hand here.
Hi, Yibeke from CMI Martatsari Peace Foundation. I'd like to dwell a bit on the internal-external, because also on the external democracy support side, we see significant reduction in the last few years. We've heard from EU delegations around the world that democracy support is going down in the sense of election observations not being very welcome in the delegations anymore because of the political price that it has on other type of cooperation, be it trade, supply chains, and so forth. And therefore, there are much less election observations going on, and also human rights work in the field, where we also hear local stakeholders saying that they are directly impacted by the fact that EU no longer is championing human rights and democracy around the world in the same way it used to do a couple of years ago. So what impact do you think that has, if any, on also democracy inside the EU? So it's not only it's not only outside, but also outside in. Does that have an impact? I would be interested to hear that. Thanks.
Thank you. And here?
Yes, hello. My name is Pieter Smit van Gouden. I work at the Dutch MFA in the strategic unit. A bit of a broader picture. I do agree that there is sometimes room for, it's a grim situation worldwide on democracy in certain countries in Africa and also Latin America, Asia, US, of course. So against that context, I think it's also important to stress, for me, the glass is half full. Huh? We have a parliament in Europe. Not many regional organizations even have a parliament. There are direct elections. We came from a situation in the first treaties that democracy was not even mentioned in the Coal and Steel Treaty. So I think we've gone a long way. At the same time, of course, there's cause for concern. And my particular question would be, for instance, in my own country, there's a huge gap between the turnout in the national elections and the European Parliament, and it's the same for others. I don't know the figures by heart, but there is that gap in turnout. And to you, what does explain, maybe it's the question of the youth participation, but it could also be other factors. It is very complicated, of course. At the same time, it's increasingly important. So how can you explain few people actually turn out in the European elections? Thank you.
Broad range of question, enlarging the gaze. So perhaps, first of all, I just want to turn to the other side here. Dominic, Reka, do you want to address some of this bigger context?
I can quickly answer the last question. I think that one very important factor in why, for example, young people are less likely to vote at the European Parliament, which is not true, by the way, because at the last election they did increase their participation, is because they don't learn about the EU in school. We don't have a European-wide civic education. And for example, this was one of the Conference on the Future of Europe recommendations. This is vital. Young people need to have the space to learn about EU and get the skills and the attitudes to be able to become active citizens. And I understand that education is a national competence. I understand that, yes, why don't we do treaty change and change that, for example? But it's important. We can have programs, we can have peer-to-peer education, we can support youth organizations running programs, because if we don't know the EU, then it doesn't feel important.
And fair enough, the Conference on the Future of Europe made clear that much can be changed without treaty change. Don't necessarily need the big thing. Dominic, you're nodding.
Yeah, I mean, I can come into the last question as well a little bit. Of course, there is this broader debate that European Parliament elections are still second-order elections, and most countries will vote on national policy issues. A lot of countries discuss their current government and kind of express how happy they are with this. But what is missing still is a European election. I mean, you see in a lot of national countries that even the lead candidates campaign with their chancellor, with their prime minister. So there is no European debate. I mean, we had the Maastricht debate a few weeks ago, which kind of tried to give impetus to a public space, but I have this feeling, me having studied in the Netherlands, kind of in Maastricht, even the place of where European democracy was born, there is not a dialogue that is happening on this level. And I very much share Reka's point that, first of all, you would have to educate people more about it. You have to, but this is not only the youth. It is a very complicated system, and we have to find ways to address it to the people. And then we have to campaign on European election issues. There's also a responsibility of the parties. I mean, this Brussels bashing has been going on forever, and this is something where I also see the responsibility with democratic parties in the member states, that they don't come up to the election and say, well, that's a great idea to see if we can maybe push one or two national foreign policy issues on the expense of European issues. No, this is not how you can strengthen democracy. So I do see like a very dispersed responsibility, and there's a lot of different screws, but unfortunately, I think we have to attest that after decades now of trying to establish this European public, it has not worked to the extent that we have about it discourse.
How do we do it?
If I may just briefly add to that, like another actor that I see also in responsibility there, in conjunction probably also with national political parties, would be national public media, and like building up on the Maastricht debate that you brought up. That was a Spitzenkandidaten debate that was streamed or available only on the YouTube live stream of Politico, which is like, you need to know that that exists to begin with, right? And like watching that, I've been wondering, okay, if we're able to run Eurovision every year in all the different languages on the same day in national public media in so many different countries, come on, I think it should be possible to also run a European Spitzenkandidaten debate on public TV and make it more political, to be honest.
So we need our lead candidates, not Spitzenkandidate, lead candidate, please, because this German word, no one understands it. But our lead candidate to sing. Indeed. With one of you, we also have the questions of election monitoring and the climate activists overall.
I'll try to have a go at. So first of all, about the climate activists and the criminalization of this kind of activism. Now, I think this is a very good example of why it's very important to maintain high standards in the rule of law, in the application of the rule of law. And I fear that this is one of the areas where there is backsliding in a number of member states, where the interpretation or the application of certain aspects of the law is being instrumentalized for particular purposes. I think we have to be very, very vigilant about this. In a couple of weeks, we'll be adopting the next rule of law reports on each member state. I'm not aware of the content of those reports at this stage, but I would hope that issues like this are also covered to the extent possible, because I think that it is very telling. There is a fine line, because in some cases of activism, I'm not talking specifically about these cases, but there are cases of activism where the law is manifestly being broken. So there, the rule of law does demand that action is taken. The question, I think, though, that you're trying to address here is where you have this interpretation being taken that a law may have been broken when, in fact, that's something that is arguable. So I think it's very, very important to maintain a spotlight on the fact that this is happening, and is happening in more places than we would like to see. The point that was made about democracy and human rights in the external dimension, which is something that in a previous life I was dealing with quite a great deal. And you're right, it is less of a priority. We can see that over the last, I'd say, 10 years, we've seen a decline in the EU's ability to issue statements, for example, on a number of, even in the peer review context at the Human Rights Council, for instance. We have not been as vocal or as present as we had been in the past. And this, again, is primarily down to the fact that we are unable to reach consensus among member states on certain positions, including on positions that not that long ago we were able to achieve common positions. This is something which I find very worrying, because even the concept of trying to achieve consensus no longer seems to be a priority. I'm going to mention very specific examples, and I'm going to point to Helfried in the second row, because we served together at the United Nations around 20 years ago. And at the time, in the EU caucus, there were very different views, but there was a very deliberate desire to reach consensus. And we didn't always manage, but that was the exception rather than the rule. Today, it's a very, very different situation. And that finds resonance in the way that the institutions then, that the Commission, that the European External Action Service can make a difference and can voice an opinion. I'd add one other detail, and I'm sorry to take so long, but I think it's also important. I hate to say it, but I think we've lost credibility as well. I think that there are too many instances where ourselves, within our own member states, have backslided in such a way that when we try to address certain issues with our partners, it's very easy for them to turn back on us and to say, how are you telling us this when this or this or this is happening? So that I think is something that we in a way, within Europe, we need to make a bit of an examination of conscience and look at where we're going in our own systems and how that impacts the way that we can be effective on the international scene.
Not always clear that we can lead by examples. And indeed, you were talking about the rule of law reports that are coming. we shall see if, for instance, the criminalization in France, is discussed in these reports, because after all, the member states kind of have write them about themselves. So perhaps the Commission will need to be even more bold when it comes to the rule of law, and not only vis-à-vis one or two countries in Europe. There are rule of law problems everywhere in the EU, if you ask me. But Ingrid, tell us.
One of the sessions I attended the opening this morning, and I was very happy to hear the Portuguese president, he was really emphasizing the necessity for political change. He said that very explicitly. What I would have liked to have heard more of would be what kind of change or how he sees that change happening. And I think it's got a lot to do, and Jamie referred to it earlier, to do with political culture. And I think sometimes we underestimate the power of political culture, how quickly political culture can move within a political organization, within an institution, etc. But I still think it's something that needs to be addressed. And I think one of the key points to remember and to build up in a political culture is to remember that democracy happens between elections. And this is something, for example, that I know the Democratic Odyssey is very keen to bring forward, and it is a great illustration of. It shows how active people can be in that vital dynamic period between elections. And I know we're all focused on elections right now for obvious reasons, this year in particular. But I think it's really important to understand that there is a highly innovative dynamic space between elections that it's really important to support and to nurture and drive forward. There was a point that Rika made earlier when she was talking about that young people, they don't really learn about the EU. And I mean, I couldn't agree with you more, actually. I do think that more discussion is needed about that. We are doing the best that we can in the sense that we have brought forward, for example, a child participation platform to increase the participation of children and young people in democracy. And this is live, and this was designed by children themselves. And maybe just say with regards to that, to change how we could maybe do more action at the EU level. It might require a treaty change, but if it does, I would love to see that treaty change process be accompanied by a citizens' assembly, for example.
Yes. Jamie, we agree with that. Jamie.
I can clap to that, absolutely.
Can you tell us whether that's even plausible?
Well, I was wanting to try and actually, because I see we're very short on time, and so many balls are in the air, so many things have kind of come up in this discussion. One of the, maybe a provocation, I'm not sure, but I think it's sometimes unwise to talk about bolstering democracy or democracy at all without talking about economy, political economy, and the realities of the economic situation that has been transforming over the past 10 and 15 years. In the EU context, I mean, we can talk at length about austerity-era policies, blah, 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 at length, and the different competencies that were involved. But one of the questions about why do people not turn out in European elections? Well, what's the source of a democratic deficit? Political economy, and a perceived, and in many cases, real mismanagement of the economy from different actors at different scales underpin this question. This is absolutely important that we keep that on the table, in my view, in any question about democracy. It links, I think, to the limited form in which, and I don't want to come across as overly critical in terms of the panels within the institutional constraints that happen on the part of the Commission as policy-making tools. It's great to see a culture of deliberation beginning to develop. But there's a certain limit to that. You know, we can't present citizen panels as if they're going to be the solution to all of the problems of democracy. We've heard about backsliding in the rule of law. It's all there. A lot of it is there within the defense of democracy package. But there is a big question, an elephant in the room, about bringing citizens closer to management of the economy and being able to have a say in terms of the management of resources and economics. Very good to see an ecosystem of participatory budgeting, often supported by, the Committee of the Regions. Many actors within the EU are supporting this, municipal-led networks across the EU, organizing this. At EU level, for transnational spending, there is still an incredible gulf that it seems very difficult to fill that gulf. And until we're able to start to bring some kind of momentum that can bring these constituencies together to really give citizens more power in that space, I'm rather skeptical that some of the anti-democratic forces that are able to gather momentum through what we're sometimes calling populism will not be able to continue to give straightforward answers and conjure up bogeymen left, right, and center. So I'm sorry if that's rather pessimistic, but...
It makes absolute sense, and we would wish to see what was talked about in other panels, the Next Gen Fund, Green New Deal, billions, hundreds of billions spent of EU money in member states being the objects of radical transparency, radicality of sunlight, as Dominic and I like to talk about, and indeed participatory budgeting. And this is something our Democratic Odyssey will continue to push. But we just have a few minutes left. So I'd like to ask if we can take a couple of questions. Yes, one in the back here and one here. Very succinct. And probably we won't have time to have the whole roundtable there, but yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alex. I'm a PhD student at the UI. I do have a question for the entire panel, but I'm looking especially at the Commission here. We've been talking about all of these nice things, such as democracy, legitimacy, Spitzenkandidaten, and many more. Yet the Commission President, who is running again for office, is the leading candidate for her respective party, is not even running for the European Parliament. So I feel it's a bit preaching water and drinking wine. And how can we be credible, or how can the Commission be credible if, well, the fish literally rots at its head?
Well, that's quite a metaphor. I would say that there will be a panel after us, a session on the lead candidate process. But yes, indeed, relevant. Yes?
We have a question here, up here.
Sorry, because we can't really see you,
with the lights, sorry.
Jelena, you're upstairs. Yes, please. Okay, fine.
Oh, up there.
Hi, I'm Mariam and she's Ines. We're going on a politics school, feminist school. And my ask is, do you consider Israel as a democracy? And
my question is, what do you think that the EU can do for help the Palestinian people and to change the situation?
So right now we are enlarging the gaze in a rather radical way. Well, we're back to the external dimension and the extent to which our democratic processes inside Europe inspire and constrain the way in which we interact with countries, and indeed, of course, the Israel question is very important these days in everybody's mind. So who would like to address these questions or add any last? I want to give you each, it's literally 60 seconds to close this roundtable. I know it's unfair, huge questions coming up, but our time is almost up. So maybe I will take us in the order, literally a word, Reka.
Besides answering the questions?
State whatever.
Yes, I would just like to say, please let young people sit around the table. We have expertise besides just youth policy. This applies to this conference and also EU institutions.
Indeed, SOU should become radically more young, as well as the EU itself.
Yeah, maybe I have a last point on the Citizens Initiative, because you already brought it up. And this election, there's a couple of countries like Germany, Malta, Austria that allow voting at 16. And I think this is a good example of that there can be progress. Of course, no, you're not responsible for this, but maybe we could extend the Citizen Initiative to 16 years old. And the UK left, but we still need 1 million votes. So maybe when we talk about participatory opportunities, we can think about the instruments that we can control at the moment and push for them to make them more inclusive.
And the panels have shown the way. The ECP, the Conference on the Future of Europe, starting at 16. Yeah.
Well, I would say when it comes to the dimension of defending democracy, do it in a way that empowers rather than impedes civil society. And when it comes to the promoting or bolstering dimension, let European citizens, or rather European people, set their own agenda when it comes to European citizens panels, perhaps, and put your money where your mouth is, in the sense of, like, I think participatory budgeting at the EU level would be a great idea.
Colin.
As I said, a lot of this is a work in progress. I think we shouldn't only look at these practices as being a question of policy design. That's what they are at the moment, but I think many of us have hopes that they can evolve into something else, possibly agenda setting and also in other domains. And perhaps just one last word. I mean, I would love to have a much longer, have the time to talk about Israel and Palestine, to talk about Ukraine, to talk about what's happening in Sudan and in Congo, in so many places which are forgotten, unfortunately, and where you know, I feel we, with our democratic credentials, have actually failed to a very large degree. But I think we don't have the opportunity to do that today.
Yeah, so from my side, I suppose there are two things I'll try and say very quickly. I'd like to see more spaces of interface between the piazzas and people who are in the Commission building, and spaces where the demands can be worked out and discussed fruitfully together in a way that is perceived not to be ad hoc and is legitimately not ad hoc. One of the things that we haven't had time to discuss for me is the way that all of these demands come out from political movements, social movements. Some seem to have an impact over here in some corridor of power, some don't. I think that having a systematized spaces, more spaces for that interaction to occur in a structured way would be beneficial for democracy. One of them might be a permanent People's Assembly for Europe. Check out the Democratic Odyssey.
Ingrid.
If I look to the future, I think I would dream of, I mean, when we're thinking about wanting to do new things or do things differently, improve, innovate, etc., I think we'll need to look at the structures that currently exist and how we can change and improve them. I dream of a DG democracy in the European Commission.
Well, I think we can all share on that. On these last words, let's really have an appointment. Next year, let's see if a DG democracy has emerged. In the meanwhile, at 7:15, we are all invited to come to a space, Jamie was talking about spaces, where we will experiment with democratic and innovative and immersive theater for democracy in the cloister. But in the meanwhile, I would like to ask you to join me in thanking this amazing, wonderful, and provocative panel of activists in each in their own ways. Thank you for a wonderful roundtable. And thank you, audience.
All right, welcome everyone. I hope you can hear me. Let's start with the, I think, last panel of the day. My name is Thomas Christiansen, and I'm really pleased that you're all joining us after what has already been a very intense day. We have a panel that I think leads on very well from the previous one, for those who stayed on from the previous discussion. In this panel, we want to talk broadly about the European elections that are coming up, but one particular aspect of those, namely the role that the lead candidate system, or as some people might call it, the Spitzenkandidaten process, has played in that process. It's an aspect of European elections that we now visit for the third time. It's been tried out in 2014, where, of course, it delivered Jean-Claude Juncker as a European Commission president. It was tried again in 2019, where it didn't quite deliver Manfred Weber as a Commission president. Instead, the European Council and the European Parliament eventually agreed on Ursula von der Leyen, and we now have, for the third time, the attempt to have a Spitzenkandidat becoming a Commission president, the incumbent Ursula von der Leyen. In part, this panel is about discussing the findings of a book that we have recently published called The Politicization of the European Commission's Presidency. It just came out about a month ago, and it's a great pleasure for us to be able to present that here as well. Two of the co-editors with me, Dionysios Dimitrakopoulos from Pantheon University and Mathilde Cheron from the University of Salzburg are on the panel. And I'm also very glad that Michael Bauer, who's professor here at the School of Transnational Governance and has published widely on the European Commission and other aspects of EU politics, and Silvia Kotanidis from the European Parliament Research Service, where she works on the Citizen Policies Unit and also on the lead candidates, have agreed to join us to also comment on that. I can maybe give the book to Elmas, who can circulate it if you want to have a look, but it's my only copy for the moment, so let me have it back, please, at the end. Thank you very much. Let's dive in and have a discussion about the book. And perhaps we start with the two of you who have also contributed to the book with a couple of comments on what we have found in this research project. Mathilde, why don't we start with you? And you can maybe tell us a bit about what the impact has been of this process on interinstitutional relations, also intra-institutional dynamics, specifically in Parliament and European Council.
Thank you, and it's very nice to be here and be able to share some of the findings from the book and discuss the implications for this current European election term. And something that we saw is that, in a way, there is a relevance of the Spitzenkandidaten process that is not limited to whether we have a Spitzenkandidaten president. And this we see both in the appointment stage and during the term, and is linked to the greater transparency and accountability and scrutiny over the characteristic, first of all, of the candidates that we saw emerging in these first two iteration already at the appointment stage. And something on the interinstitutional dynamics that we particularly saw as relevant is that we have seen the characterization, especially within the European Council and the Parliament, of some battle between the two institutions for who gets to have the strongest call on the Commission President. But this is somewhat a reductive way to see these dynamics that have come into play after the introduction of this process. First of all, because we do see tensions and we can expect tensions to remain, but we also see that institutional capture and stalemates did not happen, and rather we saw an element of power sharing and rebalancing across the institution as prevailing. And in this context, again, the characteristic of candidates were more widely discussed than in the past and not behind closed doors. And another dimension that was further reinforced is that instead of only discussing the candidates, we have a broader package deal that comes into play for EU top jobs and also within the institution key positions as well. If we, another element that we see is that what was the upper end is related to the level of cohesion that we have within the European Council and the European Parliament. If we move past the appointment stage and during the legislature, we see that we do not have an enormous amount of difference in the way a Spitzenkandidaten endorsed president behaves and can engender support, for example, in terms of coalition behavior within the parliament. But we do, in comparing especially the first part of the Juncker presidencies and that of von der Leyen, see closer institutional ties with the parliament in the first case and with the European Council and some, especially members of the European Council in our case. So in the end, in the end, I stop here and we move on.
Yeah, I'm sure we come back to some of these issues. I think part of the story of the research that we have done, that others have done, is to find that one has to go beyond this very simplistic public discussion about is it a success or is it a failure, and to find that only on whether a particular person has been appointed or not. It's a much more complex game. It has an impact on a range of aspects of European Union politics, and one of them that's particularly impacted by that is party politics in the European Union. Dionysos, maybe you can tell us a bit about both the internal workings of the political parties and also the competition between them.
Yes, I'll be very brief, partly because this is an evolving story, and the parts of the book that cover these elements relate to 2014 and 2019, and maybe even a part of early 2023, because the book had to go to the publisher. There is a story that can be said about the way in which the Spitzenkandidaten are chosen. I can speak of an early model that is emerging, or has emerged up until now. We'll talk about the current state of affairs later on, One common trait is that there is widespread agreement within the party families that this is an early stage of the institutionalization of the process of the Spitzenkandidaten process, and it entails a degree of opposition to the principle within several of these families. The second point that comes out strongly is that the decision on selecting specific individuals resides with collective bodies, and the recourse to the membership of the political families or some kind of much broader body is the exception. It exists within the Greens, but it is the exception. The third point is that the threshold that exists in terms of nominations tends to be quite low, and there is a reason for that, which is the fourth point of the sort of emerging model up until last year, is that there was an appetite for a degree of internal competition within the political families, both in 2014 and 2019. And that is linked to the first point, which I mentioned, namely the fact that there is an element of opposition to the principle of the Spitzenkandidaten within several political families. One thing that I would add relates to political competition between political families in the campaign. The results of the study of 2019 indicate that there is a confirmation, that's my last point, there's a confirmation of low saliency, which was also encountered in 2014, with the exception of the parties and the countries where the Spitzenkandidaten come from. There is more prominence attached to the principle and the process.
Okay, thanks a lot, Yusa. I mean, that last point is, I think, very, very relevant, because part of the politicization of the process also about the personal individual relevance of candidates, their qualities, their public recognition, and so on. Let's come back to that when we talk maybe about the current election campaign. I wanted to ask Silvia, who has also looked at that for several years. I mean, it was an innovation in 2014, maybe even a potential revolution. It then had its problems in 2019. Now it's sort of still there. One question that I think one can ask oneself is this actually something that's here to stay? The European Parliament tried and failed to enshrine this in the law. So how would you assess the legal status of this process?
Thank you very much, Thomas. I think when I read your book, the first chapter that I looked into was the one on constitutional conventions, because in fact we have spent some thoughts about whether the lead candidate as a process we can say that has become, or is it a constitutional convention? Constitutional convention is a sort of behavior of institutional and constitutional actors that is repeated in time, and it makes it as a sort of unwritten rule, sort of to say it in few words. And my personal conclusion was that at the moment it is not yet, because of the reasons that you said. So it has succeeded once, it has sort of failed once, because we know that Ursula von der Leyen was an outsider in terms of lead candidate. But the point is whether it will be, and we spent some thought in that respect, and it might be that it is a constitution in the making. So a constitutional convention is not like a constitutional convention is not something that starts one day and it's uniform and increases only with time. It can have also some drawbacks. It can have some fine-tuning. If one looks at one of the most famous theorists of constitutional conventions in British literature, Jennings, he found three main elements for the existence of a constitutional convention. That is the fact that it is a behavior repeated in time, so what in Latin terms we use to say the diuturnitas, so something that is repeated. The fact that it is perceived as due, so what in Latin is the opinio juris, so constitutional actors believe that they have to behave like that. It's a sort of unwritten etiquette. But there is a third element, and that is the fact that there should be a reason for that. And the reason for that is very important, because at the moment, at least we believe, I believe, that in a study that we have published 1 year ago, and you can find also some copies of them at the entrance, that in fact there has to be an upgrade in the maturity to which one looks at this approach. So it should not be a kind of battle between Parliament and European Council, because it is not, I believe it's not really a legal process. So if one looks at Article 17.7, European Council proposes and European Parliament elects. So it has not been should not be seen as a Parliament rubber stamping European Council proposal, but also not the other way around, possibly. And so what needs to be done? In principle, needs to be seen that there is an added value in the process. So European Council should, in some way, understand and, come to terms with the fact that modern societies, especially Western and European societies, don't like anymore secretive processes. That European Parliament, though, on the other hand, and particularly European parties, have to, make proposals that cannot be turned down easily. And that is, of course, a difficult process and involves, in a way, very early, negotiations and understanding what could be red lines, for example. And of course, there should be also cohesion within, leaders of European political parties who are also members of the European Council. So they should have a sort of coherent approach towards the lead candidate. So all this is nice in theory, although it should be laid down in a kind of electoral environment that it is more Europeanized, because if we don't have a more uniform or aligned electoral rules that put all citizens in the same condition, for example, for what concerns the exercise of the right of vote, but also if we don't have a more aligned electoral campaign, for example. At the moment, there are different rules according to different member states on how to run electoral campaigns, how to present the electoral ballot, how to hold European debates. So if this does not happen, it will be very hard for the lead candidate to be established as a constitutional convention, as an etiquette behavior of constitutional actors.
Okay, thank you very much. Silvia, I think that's really good to be looking at sort of the pros and cons of the precedent that has been set and the degree to which this may or may not become eventually part of the rules. But I think it's certainly worth looking at that as a step for the European Parliament to interpret the rules in the maximum way that are laid down in the treaty. And perhaps that compares well with other examples where the Parliament has done this and had the maximum interpretation of its legal responsibilities. I mean, I see Adrian Hennadiy in the audience, who has made famous the concept of interstitial politics, using these freedoms that there are in order to expand further the opportunities that there are. So we can maybe come back to that also in the next round. Maybe turning to Michael and the European Commission in particular, who's of course to some extent the object of the competition. It's about the leadership of the European Commission, over which there is now greater competition. What's your view on how this has impacted on the European Commission, Michael?
Yes, thank you. Let's say that's a theoretical. Do you mean it as a theoretical question or as an empirical one? Would be my response in the first place. Theoretically, of course, it's a very nice idea, a step towards a parliamentarian kind of model of European politics, having the Commission as a government and the European Parliament as the parliament from which this government would be eventually then selected. So the theoretical vision, the model, very nice. De facto, we had only one successful Spitzenkandidaten process with Juncker. And if we look at that, okay, we had Juncker being able to campaign, to build some visibility, some relationship with the electorate. We can discuss about this, how deep this went, but certainly there was political capital that Juncker could kind of gain, and that helped him, of course, in three ways. The first one was internally, because he could wield a greater authority over his collegial commissioners. So internally, it made him stronger. It made him also stronger in the relationships with the council, clearly, because here also he could kind of claim back, I am here on a ticket that has not been, only your ticket at least. So there was a strength coming from that. And the third one, maybe the most interesting one, also if I read the book correctly, is that it rebalanced a bit the Commission position, or the leadership, the president leadership position between Council and Parliament. So the Parliament obviously got more influence, and the privileged kind of relationship that we saw with Juncker and the Parliament was certainly an outcome of this Spitzenkandidaten process. Now we have N equals 1, so we can only say, okay, in that case it was like this, but these are the three kind of elements I see how the Commission presidentship benefited from the first successful Spitzenkandidaten process back then in 2014.
Thanks, Michael. Certainly one has to really be careful with this single experience that we've had. I think we're all in studying the EU familiar with the N equals 1 problem that we often have. But at the same time, as time progresses, we now also accumulate more and more detail on how the system works. Specifically, we are right now in the last weeks of an electoral campaign that perhaps hasn't touched everyone. I heard in the previous panel quite rightly that citizen engagement with the European election process and also with the lead candidates is still rather limited, but we've had debates. I think we have this time more candidates than ever, across the various political groups. And so it's I think a good question before we turn to the audience to ask you maybe what you expect now from this elections. What are your sort of key takeaways in terms of what the process might deliver or where it might not deliver? Maybe we go in reverse order. Michael, what do you think?
Okay. May I be politically incorrect a bit? Because, of course, it was very interesting also reading your book and the analysis. And it made me, however, think of, do we really have Spitzenkandidaten process? I mean, if I look at 2019, then we didn't have one. I mean, we had one, but it didn't lead to a result. So one could argue, and I think I want to argue this here, is that 2019 actually killed the Spitzenkandidaten process. And what we have now is a bit like a zombie, right? I mean, we have a Spitzenkandidat that was, however, top-down. I mean, nothing bottom-up at all. We have von der Leyen that gets only lukewarm support from her own party family, which is somehow also counterproductive if you want to install a Spitzenkandidat. But she's not even candidating for the European Parliament. So I don't get it. If you want to be like pushing this model of a parliamentarian democracy from which the government comes out, maybe you should candidate to the institution you are kind of going to. And then the other parties, I'm very sorry, I mean, I didn't follow it very closely. They are now discussing at the minute, I understand. But wasn't it that the liberal kind of family even set up 3 candidates for the Spitzenkandidate? I mean, they are not very promising, or let's say like this at least, there are no real heavyweights in the campaign that would have any kind of Spitzenkandidaten-like impact on the campaign. And last not least, the council seems also leaving it some kind of back doors open to actually appoint somebody else if if von der Leyen doesn't get it. So I don't see the Spitzenkandidaten process this time. It is a zombie. One acts like it were there, but it's not really there. And if von der Leyen is failing in being elected or getting the support from the council eventually, then it's not only a zombie, then it's probably a dead kind of thing anyway. Sorry.
Well, it's definitely a topic where there are different opinions. We are, to be honest, completely, you will see that also in the book, that we have critics of the process there, whether it's Sergio Fabbrini or Wolfgang Wessels, who take a similar view. But in response, one could maybe say that, and also linking up to what Silvia said before, it's almost become impossible now to imagine becoming a Commission President without declaring oneself as a candidate. Ursula von der Leyen could not have expected to remain in the job had she not found the candidacy of her own party. However much her own party might actually have fallen out of love with her, but it seems to be a requirement now to be among the candidates. And for the EPP, it's actually in the statute that you have to be a candidate. But definitely there's light and shadow, let's say, over this process. Silvia, what is your expectation on 2024?
Well, I will try to resuscitate the zombie and say that, of course, Michael has raised some fair points in the sense that, there has been some confusion around the candidates. There has been a platform from European political party, which made a bit of confusion on who is the real lead candidate from that party. The point is, for me, at least as I see it, is not a formula, the lead candidate. I mean, also in national politics, you may have a coalition that runs, and there are the leaders of, at least perhaps I come from a country where the coalitions are very the normality. So, you may have also someone else who is not really the leader of, because there might be internal games, internal vetoes among the parties. So at the end, the party or the coalition that gains the most vote is obliged to choose a different personality or a secondary personality that is not, non-desired by the rest of the coalition. It can happen. So for me, the lead candidate is not like a coin and then you take out the president of the commission. It's a process, and for me, the best added value of the lead candidate, and having today just finished the lead candidate debate, I can say that it made the debate European, in the sense that there was a debate about European topics, there were some exchanges, there was some, also some, I don't say heated discussion, but almost. So this gave the possibility to understand what is the, the political views and programs of candidates. This in itself, for me, is already an added value. Of course, if we measure in terms of who succeeded and who not, I said it from the beginning, it's not yet a constitutional convention, and we don't even know if it will become. So I hope I could at least give some emergency help to the zombie.
and thanks a lot, Silvia. And I mean, let's really be honest that none of us here, I think, involved in this project is sort of defending the process. It's all about understanding what impact it has had, and if indeed the impact has been little or mixed, then we need to be honest about that. Dionysios, what's your take?
Every time I hear somebody who's an academic or a politician who speaks about the Spitzenkandidaten process, the way in which Michael spoke in his second intervention, I'm keen to remind them of the fact that a lot of reforms that have been established, and we now take them for granted at the level of the EU, started off in a similar way, in an imperfect way. So it's anti-history what was said earlier about the fact that, it's not perfect, so it's dead. The second point which I would like to make is that what is happening at the moment is that we have party families that have at least paid lip service to the principle of the Spitzenkandidaten by choosing specific individuals. And that refers to the fact, that relates to the fact in my book, that nobody can defend the status quo ante. What was in place until and including 2009? Who can say to ordinary citizens, the other source of legitimacy of the EU, we should go back to having agreements behind closed doors without reference to what ordinary voters want? I'll keep it here. I know we have another round. There's something I would like to add later on in that respect.
Well, we have the audience with questions, I'm sure. Mathilde, what's your take on this election?
Also somewhat brief and linking to what Dionysis says, something that is clearly a new dimension of this election is that having a sitting president as a Spitzenkandidaten creates a new dimension of a potential to somewhat evaluate also what kind of leadership the Commission president had during the term. And linking back to, again, another point that came up before, the question is also a question of recognition of the Spitzenkandidaten that we already discussed in the first round has generally been quite limited, mostly in the countries where the candidate came from, but especially in this context of crisis policymaking and the crisis that we've seen in the last term, in the term of von der Leyen, this is clearly different in this case. So there is, to an extent, a broader recognition also among voters of the name of von der Leyen, at least as a convention president, and this could be an interesting thing. And then the only other dimension that is quite interesting, expanding the challenges of the last iteration of the nomination process, is that the electoral math is even more complicated than it was before, with a very open and a question of what kind of coalitions and deals could be sustainable. But that is something that maybe we can leave.
No, but I mean, let's take it to the audience. But I think that's also an important point, that while it appears to be about individuals and personalities, a big part of the story is actually the impact it has on policies. Let's think of the European Green Deal, for example, which was the pet project of Franz Timmermans, who got a very senior position in the European Commission because he came second in 2019 and was then a part of the deal that was made in order to give his party, the Socialists and Democrats, one of the sort of vice presidencies of the European Commission with a special responsibility for developing the European Green Deal. So one can argue that this has perhaps less an impact on persons, but actually more on policies. Again, maybe something we can come back to, but now it's time really for inviting questions from the audience on any aspect. Here we have, of course, roving microphone, and I certainly hope we have at least 2 rounds of questions. So I start with the 2 of you there in the second row. Maybe you can also introduce yourselves and maybe stand up. I don't know if that helps. Yep.
From the London School of Economics. My question is, of course, we problematize the Spitzenkandidaten process a lot. But as a concept and also maybe as a reality, doesn't it even make sense if parties still run very much still on a national basis and not on a truly European platform? Thank you very much.
Very good. Let's take a couple. Your neighbor, yes?
Hi, my name is Kata Moravec. I'm a PhD candidate at Central European University. So I would like to sort of contest the notion that the Spitzenkandidaten process, at its current form at least, is better than nothing, basically. So it's better than deciding behind closed doors. So what is your basis that a sort of illegitimate and intransparent process of deciding behind closed doors is much better than a similarly ununderstandable and sort of illegitimate process that is now publicized? From the Spitzenkandidat failing to the EPP candidate very likely always being the winner, to, like, for example, as a Hungarian citizen, me being unable to support the candidate of the EPP because there is simply no national party in the EPP from Hungary. This just seems like such a deeply flawed and also difficult and illegitimate system that I'm just not seeing how it gives you that democratic edge which really is aimed for with the process.
Okay, thank you. Bridget in the front row.
Brigitte Laffen, former director of the Schumann Center. I think that we need to think about the Spitzenkandidaten process in the context of a politicization of European integration and a politicization of the roles, because it's how the Spitzenkandidaten feeds into all the other roles. So one of the things Lisbon did is it brought faces to the European Union, and so how it fits in with that overall dynamic, because the European Council will always be attentive to the party families and balances and the geography. So those are the two key. And then secondly, I think the European People's Party in 2019 did not offer a candidate that the European Council was ever going to accept as president of the European Commission, because he had no executive experience. So either the parties are serious and they offer candidates who are credible, but the minute that Manfred Weber was proposed as the Spitzenkandidaten, I said to myself, gone, that's it. Long before the election. And then it went into the European Council, but those heads of government from the EPP family in the European Council were not going to give up the right to nominate someone from their family grouping. And that's why Timmermans was never going to get it. So I think 2019 tells us that in order for the Spitzenkandidaten process or lead candidate process to work, then the European parties have to be really serious, in the European Parliament, about the kinds of people they propose.
Thank you. And then I saw maybe one more question there, and then in the second round we maybe go to the other side.
Thank you very much. Ilke Torgur, IE University, Spain. Thank you for your remarks. Actually, I have one question, because 2024 is extremely interesting. We have more candidates and more debates at the European level, but when we go to the member state level, not only they don't campaign for their lead candidates, especially in the countries that they don't have a national lead candidate, they don't even link the campaigns to Euro parties, the groups in the European Parliament. So for me, there's even a basic question there. It's just like the national parties cannot campaign or cannot make the citizens recognize their lead candidates if they don't connect to their Eurogroups and the groups in the your parties and the groups in the European Parliament. So I wanted to actually ask your opinion on why is that? They think this is not going to be recognized. They just don't want to lose their blame-shifting mechanism. What is the reason behind the national political parties being that reluctant to campaign on national level? Thank you.
Thank you, Ilke. Yes, visibility, quality, individual quality of the candidates, and to what degree is this a better process?
Can I?
Sylvia, why don't you start, please?
I just, if I can start, because I think some questions are linked one to the other. I mean, the role of, coming from bottom-up sort of support to the lead candidate. The issue of national political parties and how the electoral campaigns are run plays a very fundamental role. I mean, I can speak from a legal perspective. We have at the moment, I dare say, not only 27 different legal electoral systems, but in addition to that, we have the European one. So how electoral campaigns are run, and how, for example, we talk about the regulatory framework. This is different from member state to member state, and that is a huge problem, and that is why also there have been some reforms attempts. One of them is now before the Council, dates May 2022, and in fact would have the effect of at least further aligning the rules on electoral campaign. But on the electoral ballot, for example, we have made also some research on that, and we have seen that, in principle, at the moment, less than half of member states would allow to make the link between national parties and European political parties. Just to say, make an example. There is, of course, also the political aspect of it, of which I don't know if I can speculate, but the point is that there is a bit of a power struggle between, attracting the attention of national parties on themselves. Typically, the elections are either considered a way to punish the party that is in power, or to support it. Sometimes people vote because they dare to vote something that would never dare to vote on national when there are national elections. So there are different formats of how you vote. But the point is that, indeed, there is a lack, in that respect, a lack, I would say, of maturity in how one also national political parties look at the European elections. On the point of the European political parties choosing the right candidate, I fully agree. I even read it. I wrote it in the study, and it is indeed. My point is that they should make an offer that the Council cannot refuse. In the sense, the European Council has to find a way to say, I don't want the lead candidate, and that would make the lead candidate process more difficult to be ignored, if one wants to be honest. And then I don't know if at least those are the questions to which I thought I could answer soon.
Michael.
Yeah, I completely agree with Bridget on the analysis that it's the parties, and just the emphasis that the parties are also in the council. I mean, there is a hypocrisy a bit that nobody steps out. I mean, if you wanted to reboot the Spitzenkandidaten process, you could do this, but then you would need the council, the parties really buying into it. And that's at the moment that didn't happen. So we could now argue and analyze why this didn't happen. It can happen, it would make sense. Now we have the danger, however, that we have a Spitzenkandidaten process nobody really believes in, and that is probably a bad signal to the electorate. I mean, because that is not really taking that seriously by many actors in the game. I just want to add a structural observation here that has to do with the fragmentation of the party political landscape from which the parliament then is composed of. And the question why the Spitzenkandidaten process last time didn't work out was probably also related to the French position, with Macron being somewhere in the middle between party political families, and therefore had no kind of good perspective on political power for the president if he would have let it gone to the European to the candidate that was connected. Anyway, my argument here would be, since we go into an age of even more fragmentation, the pre-coalition kind of aspects of the parties to nominate somebody Spitzenkandidaten with some chances is extremely important, but it has not become easier today than it was some 5 or 10 years ago.
Yeah, well, thanks, Michael. If I may abuse my position also to agree with that, actually, and also maybe to respond to Ilke's point about the lack of visibility. I think it's quite obvious, and it's clearly a weakness, not a failing, but a weakness of the process, that really the vast majority of the candidates comes from Northwest Europe. I watched the Maastricht debate a couple of weeks ago. I didn't have a chance today, but it was very, very transparent that I think out of the 7 or 8 people on stage, 6 were German speakers. They could have done the debate in German, And clearly, that is not a way to really popularize the process, or indeed make European elections more accessible to the wider citizens. That's certainly one issue that we have. The other one, also a structural one, is to recognize that pretending we're electing a European Commission president as if it's an American president with campaigns and debates and everything, while at the same time we work in a consensual system where not even coalitions, but consensus building is almost essential, where you need the votes of almost everyone in order to get anything done, where you can't rely on a very stable majority in parliament and so on, is quite misleading and potentially actually counterproductive in order to engage citizens. They think if the system actually worked, they might think, oh, this is my candidate, he or she will now do what I want. And then they won't do it. They will do something completely different because they have to make all these deals. So I think these are certainly aspects we need to recognize. as potential problems. Dionysios, I saw you itching as well.
Yes, obviously. Basically, this is a response to something earlier. Conflict between the European Council and the European Parliament. And what links all of these things? And that's
I have a problem with the microphone.
Also leaders of their own parties who participate openly in the selection of Spitzenkandidaten within their own family, like Merkel did in 2014 and 2019, to own up to this fact.
Doesn't work, your microphone. Yeah.
Okay. Should I press something?
Just hold it closer to your mouth.
So basically the point that I was trying to make is that basically what we have here is the unwillingness of the leaders who play a decisive role in selecting Spitzenkandidaten within their own party families to come out in the public and say why they chose these particular individuals. Merkel, for example, was present, it's well documented, in the Dublin Congress that chose Juncker, and she was also present in the one that chose Weber. So, and I have a different take to Bridget Laffan, or in relation to Weber specifically. My take, but I have not conducted interviews yet on that, is that he was chosen precisely because it was known that within the European Parliament, there was no way he was going to be supported by centrists or even social democrats. That's why he was chosen. And that was an attempt to rebalance the process because there were people within the European Council who did not really, and that included Merkel, who did not really like what happened in 2014. Remember, Merkel was one of those who tried to convince David Cameron that the whole thing was going to be rebalanced later on and he should not call a vote within the European Council. I'll leave it here.
Matilda, quick comment from you.
Oh, sorry, I still have my mic. I don't. No, yes, I think many of the points have already been touched upon. Some element is spending on what also Thomas commented on the question of the kind of, because this is a conclusion that we draw also in the book, that we are potentially had a very exaggerated expectation of what the Spitzenkandidaten system could deliver in this kind of context. And touching also on another challenge is that if we go back to the question of politicization, and in the consensual dynamics in which we are, clearly being able to deliver somehow well in the kind of candidate that can politicize the campaign, then would actually hinder the chances of the candidate to be something that the whole parliament or the council and the parliament can agree upon in the next round. So this is also one of the challenges that remain.
Thanks. Let's take another round of questions. I saw something there in the back, the gentleman there. Yeah?
Hello. Sorry. Sebastian Duke from the Hertie School. I was wondering whether you might normatively sketch a process of which a Spitzenkandidat could be nominated that yields Spitzenkandidaten which will be acceptable for the council. Could perhaps the council already suggest who the parties might then later suggest, as they do, I guess, for the actual commissioner positions.
Okay, thank you. Philippe?
Professor here. Both you, Thomas, and Michael have identified this as part of a broader process of the parliamentarization of European democracy. And it seems to me the question was, I think the Spanish student mentioned that very intelligently, namely, the question is, do the parties in both the electorate and the parliament have sufficient properties to support the subsequent candidates? So we make assumptions at the national level about how parliamentary to vote that depend upon the behavior of parties, party discipline, especially in the parliament, but also the extent to which the parties have some kinds of roots in which people consistently or more or less vote for the same party. So that's the Then I have the final remark, as a reflection of my own ignorance. The next step is obvious. That is to say, for the Parliament to demand individual approval of the commissioners. As it is, they vote for the Commission as a whole. Now, I think there was a case on some egregious French nomination or something. So it's happened. But is that the next step toward parliamentarization? Is the Parliament, has that come up? Has anybody discussed that? Because in some sense, that's more interesting even than the, okay, I don't know. It's more, but I ask.
Thank you, Philippe. Maybe Adrienne, you wanted to ask something too?
Just a short remark that indeed I think one would have to embed it in the overall question of whether we are and we should go down the path of a parliamentarization of the European Union in the classical sense. And you did mention it earlier that in a way the legitimacy of a president of the Commission comes from both, right? The member states and the Parliament. And it's an interactive process. And on that you have to build. And then, of course, then all the questions arise which were mentioned now. But you need the support of the parties, national parties, in order to support then a consensual candidate of the European Parliament, a majority candidate. And if that, in a way, that party support does not grow and form at the national level, and why on earth should national party politicians give up their right of electing candidates, nominating candidates? Why would they give up these rights? I mean, voluntarily. It just doesn't make sense from a rational viewpoint. So I think it's very important to see that this entire process is embedded in the overall question of whether indeed the European Union, maybe with a future of 37 members, should be a parliamentary democracy in the strict sense.
Thank you, Adrienne. And I think the last question is over here somewhere. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, that fits very well to what has been said. Eva Ruffing, University of Osnabrück, by the way. I mean, we heard a lot about what parties should do. They should take the process seriously. They should link up to European parties. They should hype the Spitzenkandidat whatsoever. But there's not really something in it, right? I mean, a national party supporting a Spitzenkandidat coming from another member state who is not even known by the national electorate, there are no incentives for the party to do this. And even if it would be in a European constitution that the Spitzenkandidaten process has to be implemented, then it might still be something that is not very vividly or something that is not really embraced by the national parties because, that's not their way or there's nothing in it for them to win the election. But maybe there could be something in it if they could nominate a member for the Commission, because then every member state would have a candidate.
Okay, thank you. Very quick, very short.
Thank you. Bettina de Souza, Guilherme. I'm an EU fellow at the Robert Schuman Center, and I'm from the European Parliament. So I have, I'm thinking the choice of the President of the Commission is a kind of a combination between Spitzenkandidat, but also kind of a majority to be won in the support, and also of negotiating a coalition agreement, so as the program of the Commission. So, in fact, it becomes particularly difficult if a political party nominates a candidate with a very strict program, as is the case now also for von der Leyen, where she was only supported with specific changes, because it means if she doesn't really have a very strong majority, and she doesn't get the support of the other parties, that she will not be able to be the candidate anymore. So that will cause another problem and crisis.
All right. Yeah, so we're very much in the normative domain here in terms of what should be done, what could be done better. Let's have quick responses from each of you. We have 4 minutes left, so 1 minute each, please. Mathilde.
Definitely the normative domain is not mine, but maybe starting a bit more for the last question. to me, this is very relevant to this round, especially because we haven't discussed necessarily that much about the not just the characteristic of the candidates, but the kind of policy platform that can be supported by a majority. And this is definitely something that is indeed a challenge in this moment with what we also saw as potentially some position on European integration and potentially on additional European integration, if we think about defense and so on, also of parties that are clearly not within the mainstream. But that would be a very different vision of Europe than the mainstream parties have. So then the question for me, more than the answer, is what kind of policies also can then emerge in this kind of very fragmented context.
Thank you. Dionysios.
Yes, a couple of things to say. First of all, what is happening at the moment? Sorry. What is happening at the moment is that there is prima facie evidence indicating that European political families are beginning to internalize the European Council's opposition to the principle of Spitzenkandidaten. That's why most of them have chosen, with the exception of von der Leyen, obviously, have chosen people who could not really mobilize the public. That's from the perspective of somebody who sees value in the Spitzenkandidaten process. This is basically what I can see as a worrying element. The second point which I would like to make refers specifically to the consensus. There are various kinds of consensus we can have in the European Union, and one of the reasons why we vote, even when there are proportional systems of representation, which in principle exist in European elections, is to change the flavor or the smell of the consensus. You still need consensus with several groups, but the smell or the direction, if I want to use this particular term, changes because of the composition of those who support the consensus. And that's part of the process behind Spitzenkandidaten.
I will be very brief because with the illustrious political scientists here on the podium, I think they say more than me on what would be the kind of lead candidate that the European Council would like. I don't know. I'm not sure there is any lead candidate that they would like in the terms in which it has been proposed perhaps in the past. Parliament in December 2023 has given an interpretation, a slightly changed, nuanced, more mitigated interpretation of what intends to be a lead candidate process, and that is that the candidate with the that got more support from the European political party that got more support would lead the negotiations for finding a common candidate. That is already a different change in language with respect to a few years before. So I think the direction is more to work together in a proactive way.
Yeah, Adrian's point that what do we want to have? Do we really want to go the parliamentarization road? Which system do we want to have? This damned question of the finalité that is with us. Don't kind of expect an answer from me on that. What I can say is that there are many people in Brussels, especially in the European Parliament, that wanted to go into this direction to try out piecemeal neo-functionalist-like, if I see Philip here in the audience. I'd say it's interesting trial. Read the book to find out whether you think it is worthwhile going into this direction further.
Thanks very much, Michael. I maybe take the liberty, if I have 1 minute, no? Just to also quickly respond to a couple of points. We didn't fully address the point that you made here about is it really better or not? I mean, I would maybe try to make a stand that a greater degree of transparency of the kinds of people who want to be Commission President, who have to go public and set out their stall and say, this is what I want, this is why I want to have this job, who can then be scrutinized by the public, is potentially, in principle, a good thing. It doesn't work fully, and maybe not even in the main, because the public visibility is simply not there. But we know that from many aspects of EU politics that there is a degree of transparency that is actually not fully utilized because of language issues, because of the Brussels bubble, and because all of that. But in principle, I think the informed public, or at least think tankers and the like, can now go and check who wants to be a Commission President. And that's my second response to your comment on what is the process by which the European Council can get involved. Like Dinos has already said, it's somewhat anticipated now. We have a set of implicit criteria of what is an acceptable Commission President, and Weber clearly wasn't, and von der Leyen clearly was. And that, I think, sort of gets then accepted in some sort of convention about who could stand possibly again in the future. I think we have to leave it there. It's clearly a controversial topic, one that we may well come back to in the future, and maybe in 5 years' time, we make a book on the zombie candidates, and we get Michael also involved in the project. Thank you all very much for listening and participating. Thank you.